morning. Okay, this is going to be a good day. I'm glad you're here, taking advantage of this. Come on up with Ronnie. This is Ronnie Simone. If you didn't meet Ronnie on Wednesday night, he was here Wednesday night, and we're going to continue this conversation. So open up with a word of prayer, and then I'm going to hand it over to Ronnie. And then if you had any food you were bringing, you can give it to the kitchen, and we're going to set up with our Euro lunch at lunchtime. So, Father God, we thank you for the opportunity to gather. We thank you for what you have given Ronnie to share. God, I pray that this would be effective and helpful, and it would bring truth to a world that is full of lies and deceit. Lord, we want to know the truth and be able to have discernment, make good, wise decisions on how we live our lives and what we stand for. Lord, so would you use this time and use it mightily. Lord, we pray in Jesus' name. Amen. I'll hand it over to Ronnie.
Check, yes, okay. Easy, the things that you learn after all these years. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Shabbat Shalom, everybody. It's a Sabbath, and that's how we bless each other back home when we celebrate Shabbat every week. Thank you, Pastor Shane, for the opportunity. I'm glad to be able to develop a whole seminar to a topic which is really loaded and causes a lot of kind of passion and arguments and heated up debates, etc. And I will argue that most of those debates are coming from a standpoint of simple ignorance. And my point in doing what I'm doing is just to give people the tools to understand the story, to try to focus on facts and not on narratives. And as I advised you when we met on Wednesday, do not believe a word that you hear from me. You go and verify. You go and check. There is so much propaganda out there. I don't want to add to that. I don't want anybody to accuse me that I'm just sharing propaganda with you. So please go and check the facts. If you have any questions, we have a few hours together today, and I'm always available on the internet or email, and I'll be more than happy to stay in touch and answer questions. It's quite amazing to me, and I'm just repeating some of the short introduction I gave on Wednesday, what we basically see that is unfolding ever since the war in Gaza started. And when you speak about the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, it's a very narrow aspect of something much bigger than that. We speak about, if I can give it a title, the war of the free world versus radical Islam. And it's a global struggle, not a local one. And it's amazing to see how easy it is today to manipulate people. People just don't know how to find the truth anymore. And if you add to that AI, well, this is bad news to so many people, because what can you trust? And if you are confused, or I'm confused, that's not a problem, but world leaders have the same amount of information, and these are the sources they are drinking from, so to speak. And when the country's leader is trying to design a policy based on fake and based on narratives, we are in trouble. And therefore, the least we need to do is to do some cleanup. We need to go to the sources. We need to try to build up a story. And again, once you know the facts, you use them any way you want. But as intelligent human beings, at least we need to find out the facts and then to try to build our own story. The combination of zeal and ignorance is a devastating one. You see those fine American kids from the Ivy League universities and bright European students marching the streets, waving those banners, screaming, shouting, until you ask them a simple question, they don't have a clue what is it that they're standing for. And that's, for me, that's offensive. Intelligent people should be bright enough to go and do the study. And then once you know, come from the perspective of knowledge and start debating. And I don't mind to debate with anybody. I cannot debate with ignorance. Right? I will not debate a doctor about issues I know nothing about. So you hear some frustration in my voice, and I think it's very personal and very emotional, especially to us Israelis. But again, I try to convince people for years now, it's not a local Middle Eastern problem. It's a global one, and if the world needed a wake-up call, then you had 9/11, exactly 24 years ago, and it's everywhere. And the more we know, I think, we'll be better equipped, at least, to make a judgment, to make an opinion based not on narratives and fake facts, but about the facts. We started on Wednesday, and I tried to introduce to you the land of Palestine as it was under the Ottoman Empire. We spoke about the fact that the Ottoman/Turkey had a change over the 19th century. Turkey was a weak power. It needed a lot of support. The European power supported Turkey. Turkey was in so much of debt they could not pay back the money. They offered land in Palestine, and that brought the modern era to Palestine. Christians were invited into Palestine to purchase land, make investments, and so were the Jews. So for nearly 1800 years, Palestine was out of reach for the Jewish people. People lived there, but people did not live there a national way of life. They lived there waiting for God, right, to fulfill His promises. The Bible is full of them about the regathering of the nation. The 19th century was the opportunity. The Ottomans are willing to sell land to Jews included. And one vision of one person called Theodor Herzl was the one that made of it a national movement. It's no longer Mr. Jacobs or Mr. Cohen want to buy a piece of land. It's the nation as a nation, under a new name, the Zionist organization, is interested to recruit all the resources, to build the national institutions, to buy land in Palestine, not to steal and not to rob and not to dispossess land that nobody wanted. We speak about the wasteland, the swamps and the marshes. And then the nation got together, not everybody, even today. Not all the Jews in the world are Zionists, but most of us are. So now there is a national plan to bring the Jewish people back to the country with the consent of the Ottoman Empire and their encouragement, because Jewish money brought life to a country that was uninhabited, and the locals that lived there lived a very poor way of life. And my point was, amongst all of this long introduction, is who are the indigenous people of the land? Who are the people that the brutal Jews came to steal the land from? Because that's the narrative. There were people that lived peacefully all over the country, and suddenly a colonialist force, the Jewish people, came to steal the land, to rob the land. The Jews are not connected to Israel. Can anybody seriously make that argument that the Jewish people are not connected to the land of Israel? You know your Bibles, read your Bible. It's all about the Jewish nation connected to the land of Israel. We are the only religion that has a geographical component in our existence as a nation. You can be Christian all around the world, but to live as a Jew, to fulfill all the commandments, it must be in one land, the land of Israel. If you want to fulfill the commandments of the land, about 70 commandments speak about sabbatical year, how to sow and how to reap and how to harvest. You can only do that on one land, the land of Israel. So this argument, which is so pathetic, Jews are not connected. Just a bunch of foreigners that came. Why go to Palestine, for goodness sake? You could go to Greece, much nicer, go to Spain. So the Jewish people are on the way back to the country as a national project which brought us to the First World War. I do want to start with the First World War. And during the day, I'm going to bring up some old videos as well, not best quality. I have to apologize in advance. It will speak Hebrew sometimes, and I'll speak over it to try to explain what is it that you see. I thought it will add a little more flavor, a little more color to what we are talking about. WW1, that will be the situation and the allies and the people that fought against each other. You do see the Central Powers, which were made out of Germany basically, but Austro-Hungary and the Ottoman Empire. Palestine is in the Ottoman Empire. And then you have the allies that started with Britain and France, and the US joined in 1917. And as the war was developing, Great Britain understood that they do not have a big enough of an army to confront the Germans on French soil and the Ottomans were the weakest link. They needed some allies from the Middle East to try to help them to break through the lines of the Ottomans and take the Ottomans out of the Central Powers to increase the pressure on Germany. Global politics, not that important. And he tried to find some local allies. The governor of Egypt, a British person by the name of McMahon, made contact with the Sharif of Mecca. The name Sharif is a title given to the Muslim ruler that has in his territory the two holy places, Mecca and Medina. If you are a ruler of these areas, your title is Sharif. And he was believed to be the leader of all the Muslims. A sidetrack for just a minute, if I may. In the Arab world, if the head of Islam as a religion is not an Arab, his title will be a sultan. And for that reason, the Ottomans were sultans, because the Ottomans, the Turks, are Muslims, but not Arabs. If the head of Islam is an Arab, his title will be a caliph. ISIS wanted to restore the caliphate, Arab Muslim, and not just Muslim. I know it's confusing, but you need to understand that most of the Muslims around the world, people that live by Islamic Sharia law, are not Arabs. Indonesia and Malaysia and Iran and Turkey, these are very big Muslim countries, but they're not Arabs. All right, so I know it sounds like going too deep to explain that, but from their perspective, that's critical to understand. So the British are trying to find an ally, and they negotiate with the Sharif of Mecca, and they come to some agreement. The agreement was that after the war will be over, if you, the Arabs, are going to help us, the British, we're going to give you a kingdom, and that will be the sizes of the kingdom of the Arabs, independent after the Ottomans are going to leave the area. Two exceptions were made. Palestine will stay in British hands. It wasn't conquered yet. It's a future plan, all right? Because Palestine is the Holy Land. And for the British to free Christian holy places after centuries that were in Muslim hands and hand it back to Muslims was too much to bear. So Palestine was the exception. And also the naval base of Aden, they made an agreement. The agreement was signed, it was secret, nobody knew about the agreement. But the Arabs tried, and under the leadership of Lawrence of Arabia, some of you know the name, he was the one to train the Arab forces together, about 2,000. The British were hoping to recruit like 200,000. Only 2,000 people showed up. But they made a promise, they conquered Damascus, and the Arabs know when the war is over, we're going to be free, we're going to have an Arab kingdom. At the same time, Britain and France are negotiating, the two powers, about how to divide the Middle East between the two after the war will be over. It was clear that Turkey will not going to survive, and they wanted to start dividing the world and have a new world order as the war was still going on. So two negotiators, Mark Sykes from the British side and Roger Picot from the French side, are negotiating in behalf of the countries, and after a month of negotiations, that will be the new map of the Middle East. After the war is over, we're going to divide it into two areas of influence. There will be a French one, and there will be a British one. When you look over there, it doesn't tell you the names of the countries. Syria, Lebanon, Iraq. You know why not? Because these countries were not born yet. Syria is a name from the scriptures, but Syria as a country was not born until the aftermath of WW1. There was no Kuwait, and no Saudi Arabia, and no Jordan, and no Lebanon, and no Israel, okay? So they divided the area to two spheres of influence. And then they're going to divide it to countries as well, and we'll see the outcome of that. The funny part was, or the ironical part was, that part of the land that was offered to France was also offered to the Sharif of Mecca. And he knows that this is his territory. France did not have a clue about the promise made to the Arabs. The Arabs had no clue about the promise made to France. You begin to understand chaos after the war will be over, very relevant to our topic. And to make things even worse, or better if you wish, in November 2nd of 1917, the Zionist movement gets a promise from the British. Yes, and you know, my nose is still running with your permission, so I'm still getting a little cold. Thank you. Thank you. So you do see a letter that was sent to the Lord Rothschild that represented the Zionists in Britain, and he said very clearly, His Majesty King George V sees in favor the founding of a homeland for the Jewish people in Palestine. So this is the first document that we have today. By the way, Napoleon Bonaparte, more than a century earlier, made the same promise. But he did that in order to annoy the British back in the days. But he did say, Palestine belongs to the Jews, and if I conquer the place, I'm going to invite all of them to go back to their old homeland. Nobody spoke about Palestinians. There were no people in the land that considered themselves as nation or any kind of a society for that purpose. So you do understand the chaos here. Great Britain made three promises to three different parties, in a way dividing the very same land. And all these were done secretly. It will surface. You can't hide it forever, but at least for a while. Everybody thinks that he's going to get something. Now, when you look at this document, it says Palestine. Well, that's a question even today. What is Palestine? The place never existed as a sovereign area. So there are no clear borders. It was a district in the Ottoman Empire, but nobody knew exactly where do you leave the place to come in because the borders were not marked. And the British document says a homeland in Palestine. Well, how much of Palestine will be allocated for the future Jewish homeland? It doesn't say that. So there was some unclarity what is Palestine and how much of it will be allocated for the Jews. And what's a homeland? Is it an independent state? Is it maybe an autonomy? Well, it wasn't very clear. But the first time that the world officially recognizes, because this document was embraced by the League of Nations a few years to come, is that the Jews deserve a homeland in Palestine. It does say without, right? Without hurting, without damaging, without challenging the local ethnic groups in Palestine. Why did it say without challenging the local Palestinian nation? Because there was no such nation, the word was not even used. So the idea that we speak about an ancient nation that lived peacefully in a place called Palestine, forgive me, that's nonsense, all right? So now we speak about a new world order, so to speak, and that brings us to this one, because the argument is going to be later on, well, okay, since Palestine is not very clear, maybe just the western side of the River Jordan, which is here, it's not very clear. But Balfour said it very clearly when he made a statement, both sides of the Jordan. Do you see it written there? Which means that for the British mindset, all that was supposed to be the homeland of the Jewish people. But the Jews were not that greedy, if I may say so. We only wanted a smaller part of it. But now you understand the problem, all right? The Ottoman Empire is out, and the victors of the First World War are going to create a Middle East based on what principles? Keep in mind that the locals in the Middle East, since biblical days, people lived in tribes, people lived in clans. The tribe that lives on the next mountain is not my friend, he's my bitter enemy. We share absolutely nothing together, and suddenly we're part of the same nation? We do not understand the concept of nationalities. And therefore, the plan was, by the British and the French and the US as well, when the war is over, we're going to give them a piece of land, we're going to create countries in our areas, we're going to introduce a mandate teaching the locals, what a patronizing way to say that, how to live as a nation, how to build institutions, how to become civilized, because right now they're savages. So we're going to teach them how to live a way of life that we think they should live like. Nobody was asking the locals, do you want to be part of a nation? How does it work? The mindset in the Middle East doesn't know nations. We speak about tribes, we speak about clans. You are not a part of something the European mindset will call nation, but also there's this kind of arrogant approach. We'll tell you what's good for you. We are going to create countries for you, and you start functioning as a country and not as a religion and not as an ethnicity. That was the idea. So we speak about a new thing now. Now you tell me what will get people together when they were enemies from times immemorial. Let's say that you're sitting in your hotel room in Cairo, as Mr. Churchill did. He was the colonial secretary. He opened the map of the Middle East. This land was allocated to Britain. You take your roller, you take a pencil, and you're marking lines in the desert on the map, not understanding how it's going to look like on the ground. Countries were born, suddenly. People did not understand the concept. So suddenly there was a line here, and you're going from Syria to Iraq. There was never a line before, so we have to build a border, and now there are foreigners, and we cannot just go and visit as we used to. Or how are we going to fight on sources of water and grazing grounds? You do understand this change in mindset. The Middle East was created by the European victors of the war against the will of the locals, creating nationalities. Now, the mindset for the Arabs was, and this is important, is that Islam is not supposed to be divided to nationalities. If you speak about the Muslim nation, that's an oxymoron. All the Muslims should live under one authority, Ummat al-Islam, that will be the term in Arabic. If you divide us to nations, it's a conspiracy. Let me use the mindset of the locals in the Middle East. It's the Christians coming to fight against the Muslims. It's Christian arrogance. They do not see it like the Allies won the war. Christianity defeated Islam. Do you understand the difference between saying that Britain and France defeated the Ottoman Empire or Christianity defeated Islam? Do you understand the difference? It makes all the difference in the world. Islam is humiliated. Islam wants to restore the greatness of Islam. Islam is not teaching humiliation. So the way that they see what the powers try to accomplish, to build the Middle East like a mirror picture of Europe. There will be nations, there will be countries, they will have parliaments. Parliament? Who heard the word parliament? They're going to vote? What does it mean to vote? Voting for what? You'll have institutions. Why do you need them for? I have my camel, I have my small field, I know how to farm the land. What kind of institution? All these ideas brought by Christians, I say again Christians, were totally strange to the locals. So the Middle East was an entity that was created, or an area against the will of the locals. And it could not be a democracy, please understand, because if you take few tribes and you glue them together to make a nation, all these tribes know is how to fight against each other. That's what they used to do. The only reason for them to cooperate is if you put a ruler, either a dictator or a king, just fearing the regime, you will be willing to cooperate with all the others. Because if that was a democracy, what do you think will happen? Every group will fight for its own interest. Why don't we have democracies in the Middle East until this very day? That's the problem. The people of Iraq are made of multiple minorities, ethnicities that have nothing in common. If you fear Saddam Hussein, you'll cooperate. Arab democracies is an I'm not being biased here. You show me one Arab democracy. There are none. And by the way, maybe they're right. Who says that democracy is the best system? Well, we do. I have to say sometimes arrogantly, because we do not understand a different mindset. Democracy is a choice that people need to embrace to understand. And it doesn't fit everybody. Iraq was a place that none of us liked maybe as a dictatorship, but it was a functioning state. Look today what happens. So the idea that we want to bring democracy, this is something the Muslim world does not understand. So in order to teach them, we'll have mandates. The British are going to teach the locals in Iraq what does it mean to be a nationality. The French are going to teach the people in Syria what does a nation mean. And Palestine, in a way, is part of all this hustle and bustle as well. Let's make some progress because the clock is ticking and we don't have all day. Well, part of it, but not all of it. You do see the new map, quite confusing, so try to focus on that for a minute. That's basically what I said so far. There will be the British area here, all right, Mesopotamia will be called Iraq later on. There was no Iraq. Before 1922, there was no such place. No such a country. The world is new, basically. Mesopotamia, a province in the Ottoman Empire. France will get a mandate over Syria and then Lebanon, all right? There was no Syria, not yet, and there's no Lebanon. But then what the Bible speaks about Lebanon, yes, as a district, as an area, not as a nationality, not as a national entity. So now we have a new Middle East, and the whole idea is that all those mandates, it's temporary, not for good. It will take 15, 20, 30 years, we'll teach the locals, we'll go home. Didn't happen, all right, because it wasn't the real intention. Intention was to stay and to conquer and to occupy. That was the mindset of the empires, especially when it comes to Palestine. War was over. A peace conference in Paris, in France, and some of you may know the faces. Woodrow Wilson, the gentleman, Clemenceau, the French one, Lloyd George, this is the Italian one, forgot the name, I'm sorry. Peace conference, and they decide to build a body that will be called the League of Nations, preceding the United Nations. That was President Wilson's vision, to bring wars to an end, the goodwill of people. Every nation will have its self-determination. It's able to get something. It has to lead to peace in the area. How naive this way of thinking was, now we know. But back in the days, it looked like it can bring wars to an end. People will not go to war anymore because every nation will have its small piece of territory, the Jews included. It will have to lead to peace. It led to much more chaos. All right, but that was the idea. spoke about the mandates, and it starts 30 years, a British mandate over Palestine. I have to say, and I'll be careful, but I have to say that part of the, I'm just looking for the right words, not to be too right in everybody's face. The Jewish people lost 6 million people in the Holocaust. We don't know the numbers exactly. Part of the blame is British. Because when things were getting worse in Europe, and Jews were desperate to leave German territory to go to Israel, the British refused to let them in. All right, so part of the blame is indeed on the British Empire. And maybe back then it looked like legit, because who can tell Britain what to do? All right, it was indeed the biggest superpower, but when you zoom out a little bit and you see the real intent and the real motivation, no country will take Jewish refugees in. Interesting, today no country wants to take Palestinian refugees in. Not even Arab countries. Before the Second World War started, the world refused to take in Jewish refugees. So people were trapped in Europe. There was one way to go, home to Israel. The British won't let them in. So the question is, what was the motivation of Britain to have this mandate? I have to show you some of the things, and please work with me. Observation of people about the way that the British Empire used to treat the Jewish people. Once again, excuse me. I was told the sun never shines in Seattle, but we had some good days, nice days. So anyhow, when you read that, it tells you something about the approach of the British Empire vis-a-vis the Jews. For example, this one. Because you come as an honest power that wants to give the locals the right to be a nation, and that's the mandate given to you by the League of Nations, and then you totally betray your cause. And I have to show you this one as well. And we're not complaining, we're not the victims. But Britain did not come in good faith. The British had a reason why they want to have a mandate in the area. Suez Canal, remember we spoke about that on Wednesday. Just read that. You speak about the prime ministers, you speak about the most influential British politicians, and that was their approach. We didn't know back at the time, because the League of Nations was very clear about the mandate. I'll give you 2 minutes to read Article 6. That's the mandate given to Britain by the world, all right, regarding Palestine. It was published, great news for the Jewish people. People started coming because Britain was committed to facilitate as many Jews as possible, not the others. But Britain cleverly, or maybe not cleverly, decided only to monitor the borders of Palestine for people that came by sea and completely leave the land borders open. In fact, there was a document, which I don't have with me, I'm sorry, that gives very clear instructions to the Jordanian, Transjordan, whatever, the police over there. If Arabs want to infiltrate into Palestine, don't stop them. If Jews want to infiltrate into Palestine, no. All right? So you do understand what was the approach to begin with. So we do speak about the mandate. We do speak about a new situation in the area. That was the request of the Zionist organization, the peace conference. We want this land, for us. The world offered all of this. Well, this will be enough. It's in the Charter of the League of Nations. The only legal document that we have in the world until this very day. It may change as we speak, because there was a conference in the United Nations and many countries are going to recognize a Palestinian state. But as for now, the only document that the world agrees that Palestine belongs to the Jewish people is this one. Forget about sentiments, forget about rallies, documents, facts is this. It may change. If the United Nations votes for a Palestinian state, that will be the new thing, a two-state solution. As per now, the world officially recognizes that Palestine/Israel is the home of the Jewish people. All right? I don't want to be sarcastic. We don't need this recognition. We know where we belong to. But we do speak about words and opinions, etc., so it's important to know. For example, a report given by the US, right? A certain committee over there. Please notice it says, invited to return to Palestine, not to conquer, not to go to a foreign land, to return to Palestine after years of exile. So the whole world has a view. What should happen? The question should be, how come they all ignore the local Arabs that live in Palestine? Because of one main reason. The world is made of nationalities. That's what they want to accomplish, of ethnicities. There was no nation called Palestinians. I say it for the 6th time, I say it for the 50th time, because it's important. In fact, until the mid-70s, all right, of this last century, nobody used even the term of Palestine. So they try to implement it, they have all the conferences, they write all the books, etc. Now, since the numbers and the demographics in Palestine are changing, because more Arabs infiltrate the land, the Jews are bringing money with them. The Jews are bringing opportunities, and the British mandate is now building its infrastructure. Roads, and a new harbor, and a pipeline to carry oil for the first time ever from Iraq to the Haifa harbor. They need people. Who are they going to hire? The local Jews? Of God knows. Jews demand high salaries like it is in Europe. So who they're going to invite? Arabs from all around the Middle East. And once you're in the country, you're part of the indigenous people. You're a Palestinian. You lived there for centuries. Nonsense. Demographics completely change as a result of the British presence in this area and building all the infrastructure that they need. And right started right away. Because the British told the Arabs, and we have the documents, amazing. All right? Yes, we have the mandate. And yes, the world wants the Jews to have a homeland. But if you start waves of violence, we can tell the world, listen, another people here, they have some rights as well. We cannot do that unless you start rioting against the Jews. Rioting means massacres, it means murders. The Jews had to build their own militia just to protect Jewish lives. It was Britain working behind the scenes all the time. Because the tension in Europe is mounting, another war is around the corner, and who was the ally of the British in the first one? The local Arabs? We cannot upset them, we may need them in the future. So from the very beginning, it wasn't really working. And here the Zionist conference right after that makes a statement how we do see what should happen in Palestine. We want to invite people in. It's not going to be a racist entity. Everybody is invited to be an equal citizen. Read the Proclamation of Independence, and then read the Charter of the PLO or the Charter of Hamas, how they will treat non-Muslims. It's important. The British, in order to show the world that, hey, there was another people here, are inviting a man by the name of Haj Amin al-Husseini, this one, an arch enemy of the Jewish people, obviously, and just to create a counterweight for the Zionist organization, they want to create an organization for the Arabs as well. There is no such institution. The British created for them, so now we're equal. Now two people fight for the land, but this one is not called the Supreme Palestinian Council. The Supreme Muslim, focus on religion. There is no nation called Palestine, as I say it once again. Well, he tried. He tried to gather those tribes together and say, listen, we're a nation. People did not understand the concept. So now we have the Zionist movement on one side representing the Jews and the Muslim Council. All right, now we have two bodies, and Britain can say, just a minute now, it's not just the Jews, we were mistaken, we didn't see that. There's another people here that also have rights. And here's the proof. They have organizations, institutions. We should treat them equally. No. It was created by the British because of British interests. So this gentleman is going to be a good friend of Adolf Hitler in years to come, living in Berlin, broadcasting on Nazi radio every day. And their purpose was just like the German Nazis, to destroy the Jews. And he's going to be quite effective, unfortunately, and quite active. All right, in years to come. Died in the early 70s in Egypt, never came back to Palestine after the British understood the mistake they did and kicked him out of the country. That will be a little later on. Once again, apologize for all this information. It's all relevant. It's all part of it. Well, once again, we go back to the course of events. There was an official recognition of Palestine, and the British understood that they may have made a problem, and they tried to fix it. As they were writing the first document, it also said that there will be a quota of how many Jews can come in the land. It's not the intent of the League of Nations. But Great Britain, to appease the Arabs, said, just a minute now, it's not free immigration of the Jews. We will decide how many people we are allowing to come in. And since we promised the Sharif of Mecca a kingdom and to his son, and we promised that to France as well, well, let's compensate him and let's create a new country for him, the Hashemite kingdom of Transjordan. I'll say it once again. You see the black line coming from the top over there? All right? Which means that Palestine, that was supposed to be a homeland for the Jewish people, now the British are taking 75% of it just to compensate the son of the Sharif of Mecca that was promised a kingdom, to create the Hashemite kingdom of Transjordan. There was no such entity until the British created it by dividing Palestine into two. By the way, the other son of the same Sharif, Abdullah, was supposed to be the king of Syria. But after France took over, he was kicked out and he went to Baghdad. The British created a country called Iraq, especially to compensate the Arab prince that was promised to be a prince and a king, and Britain did not keep his promise. That's how the Middle East was created. I know it sounds absolutely ridiculous by today's standards, but only a century ago, that's how it worked. All right, if you're a superpower, might makes right. Am I right to quote it? Who can tell you what to do? Well, let's speak about the interests of the British, all right? And why did they want to stay in the area? I'm running this one through. Well, number one, the Suez Canal. We mentioned that, very important, Great Britain. We spoke about the oil pipeline. The British interest to stay in Palestine was not to help the Jews build a homeland. It was to protect British interests in the area. So from the beginning, it wasn't supposed to work, and the world was fooled in a way by Great Britain. They said, listen, give us a mandate, we'll see to that. We'll make sure that this country is prepared for a Jewish state. Things did not work like that in a very short time. Within years, everything changed. Demographics changed immediately. You're bringing in tens of thousands of workers from Egypt, and from Pakistan, and Afghanistan, and Albania, and you let them stay to be the indigenous people of the land, demographics totally changed. And that became to be, of course, the problem. 1925, they built a railroad from Cairo all the way to Rafah. All right, anybody could get on the train in Cairo, deboard in Rafah, and simply walk. Walk to the brand new Haifa harbor, find work in the orchards of the beautiful Jewish communities, tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands. The only people that were not allowed to come in were the Jews. So the Zionist organizations recruiting money, purchasing land in Palestine, improving the land, draining swamps, and who enjoys the fruit of their labor? Foreigners, with Britain behind. Once again, I did quote that to you on Wednesday as well, because the story is always, all the Jews came to steal land from the... No, this was policy. We only purchase land that nobody lives there. We only purchase land that is available and vacant. It's important. We don't want to bring this resentment. We don't want to be in conflict with the locals. That was policy for a long time. I do need to show you some of the details, and again, information, dry numbers, but they're important. Between the two wars, we speak about the number of Jews that came will be 430,000. That's quite a lot of people. But I do need to take a sidetrack here as well. 1933, the 30th of January, elections in Germany. Adolf Hitler is not winning, he's coming out of the second biggest party, but by using all kinds of manipulations, he takes control. And from 1933, Western European Jews begin to feel that the soil is burning under their feet. And since Britain is not willing to accept too many Jews, the League of Nations intervenes. Just a minute now. We gave you a mandate. You signed a document. We expect you to carry on and promise, fulfill your promise. I have to say that the US was behind it, behind that pressure. So Great Britain, as much as it wanted to appease the Arabs, had to open the borders. And these Jews that came in came predominantly from Western Europe. And they brought money with them. Remember the Great Depression in America, the late 20s, early 30s? It was the most booming economy in the world ever, was Palestine. Very same time, because many wealthy Jews fled from Germany when it was still possible, and came to Palestine and blessed the land. So people came, land was purchased, communities are built. Most of the people that came in were non-Jews, because Britain, as we said, had an interest. But just to see the figures and the numbers, right, who came in, because these are the numbers of people that came in, let's say, legally. But another 1 million people came illegally that nobody monitored. They did not have any documents, impossible to tell who's who. Without documents, we can do basically whatever you want. We speak about militias, we speak about, yes, even back then, drug dealers. We speak about gangs infiltrating to take protection money from a new labor group that is working in the Haifa harbor, and they make some money. Well, you need to pay us to protect your property. That's not really new, all right? Protection in world history. Demographics had totally changed. When you see the figures, you understand how we are going to enter into the War of Independence. For example, this one, all right? Just in the city of Haifa, where the main harbor was built, almost 3 times more. Now, this is not just natural growth. It's not that every Arab woman was giving birth to 15 children. We speak about illegal workers that infiltrated the area to change demographics completely. And the Arabs had a point, like to say, just a minute now, a Jewish state, we make a vast majority. How dare the Jews even demand the state? Yes, you make a majority because Britain had failed to keep his promise that was given to it, the mandate over Palestine. So these things have totally changed. And that's how we enter, if you wish, the era of the independence of the Jewish state. But you do see, good things have happened. You do see the infant mortality, all that. Wasn't the British investing in building clinics or building hospitals? It was Jewish money. And once you build a clinic, it's open to everybody. Even today, Israel is giving medical attention even to people from Gaza. Today as we speak, you have a need and there's no infrastructure in Gaza, you can come even today during war. All right? You know how to approach us, we'll supply medical care. Israel is taking care about the whole region. Hospitals are open, we don't ask any questions. That's how it started, all right? So it was indeed a blessing, at least for a while. I'm going to skip the next slide with your permission. And let me show you, for example, something interesting about the Western Wall in 1928, because the Western Wall will become one of those places, since we speak about religion, keep in mind, religion. The Western Wall is the Western Wall of the Temple Mount. Temple Mount, believed to be a holy place to Islam. All right, that's where Muhammad ascended. By the way, the name Jerusalem doesn't appear in the Quran. You will not find the name Jerusalem in the holy book of Islam, not even once. So how Islam is connected to Jerusalem? They're not. It's all traditions and all kinds of fairy tales. Jerusalem is not mentioned in the Quran. But the Western Wall of Temple Mount became to be the holy wall for the Jews, because we cannot go up to the very top to pray, not even today. Think about it, all right? In the sovereign Jewish state, the holiest place for the Jewish people is in Muslim hands. We respect that. We are sovereign. It's not a war of religion from our perspective. We respect the Muslim right to pray in their place, so we give them permission. Jews cannot go to pray on top of Temple Mount in Israel today. So Western Wall may be second best, but it's an old tradition, and people go to the Western Wall. Look at it, 1928. Some of you have been there. Kind of muting myself in and out. Well, I do want to show you a report given by the French governor of we call it the Golan Heights today. All right, here's a report that he sends to his British counterpart in Palestine. In one summer, August of 1934, they counted, as you see, 35,000 people moving one way into Palestine, never coming back. Who are these people? People that came from every corner of the Middle East, from the Caucasus Mountains. Because, hey, Palestine is prosperous. Let's go and find job. And these will become the indigenous people of the land. The poor Palestinian refugees in about 10 years. They don't belong there. And then the families join them. Do you understand the dramatic change in demographics? We make some progress. I'll stop in about 5 minutes and give you some 10 minutes or so. Well, since the world is pressuring Great Britain to keep the mandate and let the Jews in, Arabs are frustrated. By the way, keep in mind, and it's not an anti-Arab comment, so to speak, whenever there is a problem, you don't negotiate. Everything is settled violently. You don't like something, usually it ends with a bullet in your head. And unfortunately, that will be a mindset that for us, we do not understand. There's a problem, let's talk. Let's negotiate, we'll find a solution. That's not the way that the Middle East is operating. If you're strong, you're going to get it. Because if you offer negotiations, that points at your weakness. Only the weak party, just the weak party, is negotiating. And if somebody approaches you with, let's talk, you are the strong one, intensify the pressure. What do you think about the impression of Iran when the whole world started talking about the nuclear deal? Only the weak party is talking. If you're strong, you don't talk. You're going to get it. And this is our mindset. Let's discuss the issue. We'll find a solution. It's not how the mindset works in the Middle East. And it's not even a negative term, a negative comment. We need to understand that. You don't negotiate. You cannot settle with anything. If you're strong enough, you go and you get it. And that was always the mindset. Now, for the local Arab mindset, if you don't like something in the British policy, there was a way. Let's create some chaos. We'll get the world's attention. Against who will be the chaos? The local Jewish neighborhood. They're vulnerable. They don't know how to protect themselves. You know, just to think about Jewish warriors. It may sound okay today. The IDF is very strong. We know how to protect ourselves. We've proven it so many times. But 60 years ago, Jewish soldiers, it was the biggest joke ever. Jews don't know how to fight. Jews know how to be bankers and lawyers, and they're weak. It takes years and centuries for a certain mindset to even accept the fact that Jews can defend themselves. The Jews can defeat the Muslims? Oh yes, sometimes quite easy. They don't get it, because it's something new. To speak about Jewish soldiers was an oxymoron until about 70 years ago. And the world has a hard time to accept that. That this nation, the scapegoat of the human race, somebody that we blame for everything all the time, how dare they be so strong and so prosperous and go all the way to Iran to take out nuclear capacity? It will take a long time to the world to begin to understand that yes, Jews will no longer go like sheep to the slaughter. We had enough. But the world has a hard time to accept that. So the world will learn, because we are not going anywhere. But we need to understand this mindset, all right? Suddenly, this prosperous nation, so strong, etc. Well, you do see that things are kind of changing in Palestine. But once again, you just read those, and you understand, because the Arabs said, you know what, there's no room in Palestine. Every Jew that will come will take a job of an Arab. Number one, so what? That was the plan. The Jews will come, not the Arabs. And then you make a survey. There's room for millions in this area. If the British only agreed to, but they would not. It was more important to appease the Arabs than to keep the word of the mandate. The Arabs are very upset, and when the Arabs are upset, they go to war, and they initiate what will be called the Arab Revolution. And this time, the target will be Great Britain, not the Jews. By the way, let me challenge you, right? You go and do some homework, okay? And you try to find one document ever that an Israeli Jewish prominent leader says something like, we want to destroy the Arabs, we hate the Arabs, we want to kill the Palestinians. You won't find it. I can give you thousands of documents when Arab leaders are saying, our objective is to destroy the Jews. All right? You give me one example that a Jewish community, a Jewish militia raided an Arab community. Just one. You won't find it. I can give you hundreds of examples that upset Arabs in a village decided to raid into the nearest Jewish community. It's not propaganda. Here's your challenge. Go and check. You give me one speech of one prominent Israeli Jewish leader which is anti-Arab, anti-Muslim, that speaks about the death, destruction. You won't find it. It's not there. You'll find the opposite in many, many places. All right? And they don't hide their intention. It's not a secret agenda. The Arab world will never accept, never ever, the existence of a Jewish state. in the very heart of Muslim territory. The Jews are dhimmis. The Jews are the sons of the apes and the sons of the pigs, and the Jews should be despised and disgraced. Suddenly the Jews have a country in the very heart of Arab territory. They cannot accept it. If they do, something is wrong in Islam. All right? And they cannot admit to that, as you understand. So the Arabs are getting together and they go to attack the British, and Great Britain, at least at first, a little confused, not really knowing what to do. And I would like to bring session 1 to conclusion with your permission, and we'll speak about that because this event is going to be crucial, all right, to understand the weakness of the Arabs in Palestine in 10 years when the War of Independence will start. This was a big mistake. Great Britain was patient for a while. When they understood that this is going to be dangerous, they simply crushed them totally, including exiling the leadership. In 10 years' time, when Israel will proclaim a state, the Arabs in Palestine did not have that much to protect themselves with because of the way the British crushed the revolt of 1936 to 1939. Thank you for staying with me. I know it's a lot to cover, but I'm just beginning. We have 3 more sessions, and I hope that you find it interesting. Let's be back in 10 minutes, all right? We can continue. Thank you. That sounds like me. As we say on the tours in Israel, we love you, but we leave you. And the bus leaves on time. But we'll carry on for another 50-55 minutes or so, making progress. My plan is to leave the very last session. We'll be very focused and we'll speak about the war in Gaza and what led to it. Of course, this is, the most updated, or the thing that takes the whole world's agenda. And I have to say, when I try to zoom out, to try to understand why this level of obsession about what the state of Israel is doing, because it is an obsession. We speak about like a mental condition around the world. Many things happen around the world. The people are getting killed in larger numbers than in Gaza, and it just goes under the radar. Nobody seems to care. When it comes to the state of Israel, it's an hysteria. In the media, in the academia, I just read today something about the UN. They had 60 sessions since November 2023 to discuss starvation in Gaza, which is absolutely nonsense, and only 19 to discuss starvation in Sudan, which is a real thing. One meeting only to discuss Russia and the Ukraine. One meeting about Somalia. You know how many people died in Yemen over the last decade? United Nations figures, 82,000 children starved to death in Yemen, and about 400,000 others. When was anybody marching outside the embassies of the Houthis or Saudi Arabia? There's some real starvation over there. It's not rational. It's just impossible to explain that. It doesn't make any sense. I will dare to say that it will be the essence of anti-Semitism, basically, not just today. If you only care about casualties that the Jewish country is committing, so to speak, and you don't care about anything else, that's the definition of anti-Semite. You cannot measure the Jewish state using other criteria than you measure the rest of the world. That's the definition of anti-Semite. Just impossible to understand. Any idea how many curriculums around the Western universities are dedicated to the Middle East, Jewish colonialism? Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds. Based on totally fake ideas, and I read some of them and said, where did you get those? The fact that you have a title of a PhD, you can be as idiot as anybody else if you have an agenda. And we do speak about that. I just do not understand this obsession. You're watching BBC and CNN. The world has lots of problems, but somehow everything speaks about Israel and about Gaza. Was anybody considering negotiating with ISIS? They're still there, by the way. No, ISIS has to be destroyed. You tell me how Hamas is different than ISIS. Same ideology, same MO, same everything. For some reason, people say, oh, no, these are Palestinians, they are different. No, they are very much the same. One reason, because we are on the other side of the fence. So when the Jews are involved, oh yes, they'll get our attention, we're going to criticize them, it doesn't make sense, at least not to me. But that's what we see. It is an obsession. It's not something you can explain rationally. I'm sorry about taking this side. Before I go back, I would like to encourage you also to check out the resources table outside. I think that you'll find a few things that you may be interested in. 4 books I'm offering. You have to be a student of the world to enjoy some of them, but also 4 sets of videos, 8 hours of a virtual tour. If you don't come to Israel, get the virtual tour. Some very nice drone footage of the country, guided by myself and my good friend Nir Nitzan. 8 hours of virtual tour about Jerusalem. And I have a whole set of 11 lectures on video about Give Us a King, the monarchy of Israel and Judah, etc. Not retelling the Bible, viewing everything by using documents from Babylon, Assyria, Egypt. If you enjoy that kind of material, go ahead. And I was told that when you deal with Americans, you have to offer the combo. So there was a combo as well. If you want to get everything, my wife will be there and very happy to assist you. Let's go back now to the reason why we are here. 1936, this big revolt begins. The Arabs made a fatal mistake. And since the Arabs are revolting against the British, guess what happens? France is very close to British territory. Syria, right, Lebanon? France is more than happy to send some of the people from Syria to fight against the British side by side with the Arabs in Palestine. So once again, we speak about armed militias infiltrating into British mandate's territory, and in 3 years of a war, 5,000 Arabs are killed, most of them by Arabs. It turned to be a civil war. It's affecting the Jewish part as well. But in the midst of it, I'll skip this one, something happens because there may be a solution here. The Arabs are very upset. Britain was committed to create a state for the Jews. It's not working. Let's see if you can find a solution. I have to tell you over and over again, this is British diplomacy. The world is still pressurizing Britain. You got the mandate for one reason only. You are doing everything to destroy that purpose. You are committed. So we speak about British politics that tries to see, okay, it's not working. We are dedicating lots of resources. Maybe something can be done. During that war, the Jewish part is really blessed because Great Britain needs people to help them. They don't have enough forces. Keep in mind, the war is about to begin. Europe is getting crazy because of Nazi Germany. Great Britain's attention goes to Europe, not to Palestine. They need somebody to assist them. So right now, the Arabs are revolting. Who will assist you? The Jews. So they are the Jewish militia, the Haganah, which means defense basically. They equip them for the first time ever. Great Britain is willing to equip the Jewish militias with weapons. They equip the Arabs all the time because they guard the oil refineries, for example. They employ them as armed guards in places. Now, since the Arabs are revolting, we'll invest in the Jews. Real blessing. In the same time, the Jews are building new communities and more land is purchased. This event that will devastate the Arab agenda and the Arab militias was a blessing, at least for the Jewish side, in Palestine. For example, the main harbor was the harbor of Jaffa, and through the harbor of Jaffa, all the citrus, Jaffa oranges exported. Now it's not accessible for Jews anymore. So the Jews built a harbor in Tel Aviv. Right? That was another blessing. A lot of jobs are created, money's coming in. It looks like things are going to the right direction, especially because the Arabs are being really devastated by the British. It looks like things are taking a more kind of a normal turn. I'm going to run this one through with your permission, because part of the solution of the British was that maybe we need to find a solution here, and maybe it's not just a Jewish state, we need to consider an Arab state. Great Britain, and once again I apologize for all of these, Great Britain decides that they're going to try to find a solution by partitioning the land, one for the Jews, one for the Arabs, a violation of the mandatory document that Britain was committed to. That's British policy, and I apologize once again for all of that. The Assembly Commission, that will be called the Royal Commission, headed by one of the British Lords, Lord Peel, and the Commission is coming over to Palestine, and they want to meet with Jewish leaders, with Arab leaders, and try to find some kind of a solution. They want to investigate what were the reasons for the Arab revolt, where the British government was wrong, as the British mandatory authorities are really executing the British diplomacy, or maybe the local governor has his own agenda. They understood that something is wrong here. So they send a committee to inquire, and this committee, after meeting with Jewish leaders, Arabs refused to report to that because the land is Arab, the Jews have no rights in it, we're not negotiating about anything. So this committee comes to the conclusion that the only way to try to solve the problem is by partitioning the land, and here we come to what will be called the partition plan. Palestine is in front of you, the mandatory borders, and that's how it's going to look like. This will be an Arab land, Arab territory. This will be the Jewish territory, based on the land that was purchased by the Jews. This will be international or British, basically. And that plan will have to lead the parties to negotiations. Everybody gets something. Maybe it will end the mandate, but maybe it will end it peacefully and not violently. Now, for the Jewish mindset, we said, just a minute, only 15 years ago, that was our land, all right? And then you took part of it by Churchill in 1922. Now, that's what you offer for a Jewish state? It's less than 7% of the original offer. Now, the Arab view was very much the same. This land is Arab, is Muslim, all of it. The Jews have zero rights in it. We don't care about the League of Nations. We don't care about the mandate. We are the majority. The Jews will get zero, absolutely nothing. That's the only way this can end. But for the first time, it's presented on the world's table now, a partition. The only way to accomplish that partition, I have to take a sidetrack. We speak about the mid-30s. We speak about the years after the First World War in every country in Europe. The solution to live peacefully was partition. You take the Austro-Hungarian Empire, you divide it. Partition to the Czechs and the Slovaks and the Bulgarians and the Romanians and the Serbs and the Croats. That was the mindset. Let's do the same in Palestine. We'll take the land, and the only way for people to live in peace, divide into two. One for the Jews, one for the Arabs. It was not a plan that was made specially for Palestine. It was tested before in many places around Europe, and it worked. Which means if you try to have two ethnicities in one country, you end up with a civil war. And that was proven over and over again. That was the mindset. The Jewish plan was, you know what? We'll get whatever you give us. And we go from there. The Arab answer was, no way, not going to work. But it's important what was the conclusion of Lord Peel himself. And I highlighted that here. Number one, you see that the Jewish National Home is no longer an experiment. It will happen. There are people, establishments, institutions, they are ready for statehood. That's what the mandate was all about. And then, he says, which is very important, they simply cannot exist together. One is very European, progressive, educated, other one is not. So Jews and Arabs will not live together in one land. Partition, therefore, is the only possible way to end this in peace. It wasn't working either way, but as long as the Peel Commission was in the country was quiet. The Arabs stopped all their revolt. They also wanted to find some favor in the eyes, but they refused to come to the table. They refused to come and give their plan. By the way, I have to say that over the existence of the State of Israel, Israel presented 7 peace plans vis-a-vis the Palestinians. 7. All turned down without a single counter suggestion. The Palestinians never had a plan on the table. How do they see the end of the conflict? Because they don't have such a plan. The end is one. The Jews are dead. No Jewish state. If that's how you see the future, you're going to lose. 7 times Israel presented peace plans. It was always turned down without a counter offer. It's just the way it is. And therefore, to be very optimistic about the future, sometimes it's not easy when you know the mindset of the other side. So that will be the first partition of the land, or the Peel Commission. That was the recommendation. All kind of details, not that important. For example, that Arab goods could be exported through the Haifa port and Jewish goods through the port of Eilat. So they tried to create some kind of a cooperation, even financially. The two people will be separated, but they will be united somehow. By the way, it also said that the Arab state should be part of Transjordan. It won't be completely independent. It will be a confederation of the Kingdom of Jordan plus the new state for the Palestinians. That was not working. So the British policy wasn't working here, but the Arabs understood. Whenever there was a problem, all we have to do is introduce violence, and Great Britain will succumb, will submit. That's the way to get things done. And since the war is around the corner, the Second World War, and since the British need the Arab support, they issue a paper of policy. It will be called the White Paper, simply because the cover was white. It was issued in the May 17th by Malcolm MacDonald, Colonial Secretary, and says very clearly, Balfour made a mistake. The Balfour Declaration was a mistake. Great Britain could not anticipate the rapid change in demographics. They created that. And therefore, there's no promise for the Jews anymore. Great Britain is not supporting a Jewish state anymore. There will be one state, Arab majority, restricting Jewish immigration. Jews are desperate to leave Europe. We are going to be massacred, including most of my family, more than 6 million people. And Britain refused to let any refugee from Europe into Palestine area. By the way, so did the US. And so did 38 countries that got together in Avian in France to try to discuss the issue of Jewish refugees. Nobody but the Dominican Republic, how interesting, was willing to take in any refugees, Jews from Europe. When I said that Britain should be at least partially blamed for the horrible outcomes of the Holocaust, that's what I meant. So now the British are completely turning back from the idea of a Jewish state as was offered only 20 years earlier. In 20 years, the changes are just amazing. For 30 years, everything happens so quickly. That's a new idea, that it will be an Arab state, and they can decide how many Jews they want to take in, how many Jews the Arabs would like to take in. All right? And even this one was rejected by the Arab, because he spoke about some Jewish presence in the land. That's the mindset, and that's the idea. Well, that will lead us now to Palestine during WW2, and not much happened in Palestine in those years. I'm going to run the title here, except for one thing. The Grand Mufti that I introduced to you, Haj Amin al-Husseini, fled from Palestine during the Arab Revolt. Great Britain was on his tail, and he took shelter in Berlin, and he was broadcasting on German radio every day, calling for the utter destruction of the Jews in the Arab countries, etc. So the British were hoping that they will have the Arab support in the war that was in vain. The Arabs officially took the German side. Now, Britain understood the Jews will never support the Nazis, right? So the Jews were allies for granted. They didn't have to appease them in any way. There's no way that the Jews will not support the British in the war against the Nazis. And indeed, 40,000 Jews from Palestine volunteered to the British Army. That would be a blessing, because these people will have the training, will have the experience, the right chain of command. When this war will be over and the state of Israel will be built, their experience is going to create the backbone of the Israeli army. So that issue of volunteering was real help later on when the War of Independence started. I do want to show you something, see how it works with the audio over there. But the only thing that the Jews try to do in Palestine is to try to take as many survivors as possible from European soil. For example, Romania was conquered by the Red Army from Nazi Germany in March of 1944. So at least let's bring Romanian Jews back home, those that survived. I was born in Romania, my family from Romania, not as many survived. Out of 600,000 Romanian Jews, maybe 100,000 survived. But they are willing to go home. Let's at least try to bring them back to Palestine/Israel against the British will. So we're going to buy some old boats, we're going to stuff them with lots of people in terrible conditions, but that's the way to save them. And guess what happened when these boats arrived to the shores of Palestine? Stopped by the British, arrested by the British, who sent them to detention camps in Cyprus. So these people just survived the concentration camps in Eastern Europe. On the way back home, they're arrested once again, and they're being sent to detention camps in Cyprus. Again, it's in Hebrew, and I try to explain what is it that you see. No volume, please. No volume. Nobody's boat that was purchased with a lot of money to try to load it with a lot of people, getting closer now to Palestine, and an airplane is flying from above, so they have to hide, so the British won't know that this is basically one of those ships that brings in clandestine immigrants, so that's why they're kind of hiding. You'll see in a minute the plane flies above. It was in terrible conditions, but again, people just survived hell, basically, and they were willing to suffer any way needed just to go back home to Palestine. And the journey will take about a week to go from the Black Sea, the harbor of Constanza in Romania, and once again, you're getting closer to the shores of Palestine, and you know that sooner or later the British Navy will show up, all right? And they're going to board your ship, and usually without resistance, but sometimes, and here they come boarding the ships, arresting you. Sometimes people are injured, and they will send you back to Cyprus to be on detention camps until the state was born. All right? And I can't stop thinking that maybe some people see they are not members of my family because those that were gone, but just people coming from Romania. That was the only effort that the Jewish militia was basically doing during the war. at the very same time. So you fight the British on land, but you help them in Europe, because 40,000 Jews did volunteer to the British Army, and that was an experience that they got later on. You understand, all right? This was one of the heroic pages, if I may say so, of my people in the land of Israel. Well, let's move on and get closer. That's what the approach of the Arabs and the Muslims, right? The fatwa of the Mufti that was calling for a jihad against Great Britain, and most of the Arab countries in the area only joined the effort, all right, of the Allies in 1945 when the war was almost over. Egypt suddenly decided they are part of the Allies, and so did Syria. Syria was occupied by France. France was occupied by Nazi Germany. So you don't understand that the French troops that were deployed in Syria were basically serving Nazi Germany. Okay, strange situation. Anyhow, that will lead eventually to the establishment of the State of Israel. Since the clock is ticking, I need to apologize over and over again. I need to kind of skip some of those, but again, you know what I mean by that already. Great Britain needs people. They bring Arabs from the area, and these people without any documents will be called refugees later on, and they are considered even today as part of the indigenous people of the land. After the war was over, we understood that the Arabs are a minor problem. If we are not fighting the British mandate, we'll never have our state. So the true face of the British mandatory authorities finally surfaced after the Second World War. Britain won the war, but they lost the empire. The British Empire was completely exhausted. They did not have the resources or the manpower to control Palestine. They invested 90,000 troops in Palestine. These people were needed elsewhere. So Great Britain decides to leave the area. They left in 1947-48 India, Sri Lanka or Ceylon back in the days, and Palestine. There was simply not enough manpower, not enough resources. They're going home. And Ernst Bevin, who was the Prime Minister, is making an offer to the UN, just born, replacing the League of Nations, by the way, embracing all the documents of the League of Nations. Keep in mind, Palestine is the homeland for the Jews. Now it's part of the United Nations official agenda, as it was in the League of Nations. And since the British are going home, the UN has to deal with this hot potato called Palestine. And what they do, they send a committee over, as always. We'll send a committee, and these guys will check and see what can be done. The Arabs have the experience of their revolt crush. Maybe they'll be more flexible. The Jews just lost so many millions, maybe they will be happier to go to some negotiations, etc. And that group, UNSCOP, is coming to Palestine, and the plan is to meet with Jewish leaders, to meet with the Arab leaders. Guess who comes to the table and who refuses? So only the Jewish leadership. You see David Ben-Gurion, who was the head of the provisional government, this man here, was representing the Israeli side. No negotiations. The team is touring the country. Each time they go to Arab places like Nazareth, Arab town, they're welcomed by the children screaming, throwing rocks, dirty diapers, etc. They were not welcomed by the Arab population. The Arabs understood. These guys come to speak about partition once again. They're going to advocate a Jewish state, which will never happen, and therefore we don't show any kind of kindness. We totally reject the whole plan. But this team stays in the country for a few months, and after meeting and negotiating, etc., they come to the conclusion that partition is the only possibility. Interesting discussion between Ben-Gurion and the Indian representative. The Indian says, listen, we hate the British, we just got our independence, we understand your point. But if I vote for a Jewish state, I have 300 million Muslims in India, it will lead to total civil war. And therefore, I'm sorry, I need to take the Arabs' position, although I do believe that you're right. That's politics, that's how it works. But this committee came to the conclusion they're going to present their plan to the United Nations, who is going to vote for it. I'm taking a sidetrack to teach you some Latin. I'm sure that you're very good at Latin. There is a, let's call it a law from the days of the Roman Empire, how interesting, that made its way into international law today. If you want to read it, uti possiditis juris, whatever. That says the following. When you have a country that was in the hands of a superpower, and the superpower left to hand it over to the local population, The borders of the country under the superpower are the borders of the new entity. And this is implemented in international law until this very day. So here are the borders of Palestine, all right, after Churchill took this part away from here. This was by the League of Nations / United Nations, a homeland for the Jewish people. The British are leaving, and by this juris, it's supposed to be the Jewish state, right? It worked in other places as the big empires are dismantling and colonialism is gone. They leave behind countries, states, Syria, Lebanon, Jordan. And not to have any debates what will be the borders of the new one, that's the understanding. If I had a mandate over Lebanon, says France, and I'm leaving, what I called Lebanon is the land of Lebanon today under the Lebanese. And it was acceptable everywhere, with one exception. Anybody wants to guess which one? Thank you. Because by this law, the land of the British mandate that was promised to the Jews is indeed the Jewish land. Nevertheless, the UN has another suggestion. They speak about partition. We're going to take this Palestine, we're going to divide it into two. There will be a homeland for the Jews, a homeland for the Arabs. Hallelujah, end of problem. Everybody gets something. It sounds so reasonable, and for that reason, it will never work. Keep in mind, the Middle East is not operating on logic and common sense. It's not. It never did. Now, for the Western mindset, that's mind-blowing. Because in your culture, I believe in mine too, we have an issue, we are discussing it, we are negotiating it. You get some, you win some, you lose some. We'll find a solution because it makes sense. It's for the best of everybody. That kind of logic doesn't work in the Middle East. When logic comes at our direction, it stops in Cyprus, it never makes it all the way to the Middle East. And this is something which is hard for me to share with people like you, because it's not the way that you think. It's not the way things are done in the Western civilization. So we are an island. We sometimes call ourselves proudly and arrogantly a villa in the jungle maybe. But it's our perspective of a Western mindset and Western thinking in the very heart of the Muslim world that simply has a different mindset and a different, it's a misunderstanding. We don't speak the same language. We don't think the same. So here's a new suggestion, and once again, most of the land will be now allocated to the Jewish people. Yes, there were some warm sympathies to the Jews as a result of the Holocaust. The world was more generous, and so was the UN, I'll be quick to admit. But most of the land, this is a desert where nobody lives in. Today they do. This is the good land. So that's the plan. And they take it to the table, so to speak, of the United Nations. Needless to say who was for it and who was against it. And immediately you hear statements like, the founder of the Muslim Brotherhood. If there will be a Jewish state, then the Arab people, 1 million Jews live in Arab countries, will take them too. In other words, will kill them, will murder them if there will be a Jewish state. Nevertheless, they bring it to the negotiation table. The United Nations is voting for what will be called the partition plan. It was the 29th of November 1947, and by that resolution, 2 countries are born. One for the Jews and one for the Arabs. Listen to this recording because I think it's fascinating. In a minute. If I can have the volume, please.
Danger. Now. Soviet Union. Yes. United Kingdom. Abstain. The United States. Yes. Yugoslavia. Abstain.
Resolution of the DUC Committee for Palestine
Was adopted by 37 votes, 13 against, 10 abstained.
Hallelujah. There was a Jewish state and there was an Arab state. Celebrations in the streets of Tel Aviv and Jerusalem. The war started the following day. Because once that came into effect, the Arabs carried out the threat that there would not be a Jewish state, and the local Arabs, let's call them Palestinians just for the sake of convenience, because the term is not used yet. Nobody is calling the local Arabs Palestinians. That term was not even born yet, speaking about a national entity. A day after that, the war begins. The war was a war on the roads, so to speak. Israeli vehicles are being attacked by the Arab militias, and the Arab armies around Israel are waiting patiently for the British mandate to come to an end. The British troops are still in Palestine, but knowing that they are leaving, they minimize their intervention, they don't take sides, so to speak. But when an Iraqi force invaded into Palestine to destroy a Jewish community, the British are totally ignoring it. So Great Britain wasn't very fair in the way that they kept their presence in the country. This will be step one of the war, because the British are still there. After the British mandate came to an end, 7 Arab armies will invade the young state's territory. The chances to survive are close to zero. But it was clear for the Jewish leadership that by the time the proclamation of independence, after the British mandate comes to an end, if we do not destroy the local Arab militias, we cannot confront them. And the Arab armies, at the same time, we will be destroyed. And therefore, phase number 1 of the war, when the British are still in the country, is to deal with the local militias. All right, let's call them Palestinians, just for the sake of convenience. Here at the balance of powers, give or take, we do speak about the majority of Arabs in the land, but these people did not have any leadership, they did not have any institutions, and the motivation was close to zero. As you see sometimes reports from Arab leaders, how can we recruit the people to fight for a nation when they do not understand the concept of being one? So we had an advantage, so to speak, because the Jewish side, although it was outnumbered, people had the experience fighting for the British only a few years earlier, a clear chain of command, well-established institutions. It was a state in the making, ready for the challenge, especially after the Holocaust. If we miss this chance, we may have to wait for 2,000 years once again. So that was the opening stage. But the big advantage for the Arabs was that they controlled the roads. Jerusalem, for example, a very isolated city. One road only leads to Jerusalem, easy to block. The city was starving almost to death because we did not have enough manpower to break through that blockade. We'll get to that in just a minute, speaking of refugees, just to give you a short intro. And once again, minimum volume, please. Less, no volume. Okay. What I speak basically about, try to break through the blockade of the Arab militias by having those convoys. And the vehicles were loaded with food and had some guards as well. The British couldn't care less about what was going on. They would check the trucks before they started moving to see they don't carry any ammunition, any means of war, just food, to break through the blockade of the Arabs and make their way up to Jerusalem. By the way, the winter of 1948 was the most freezing winter in Israel ever. That added to the problem. The city was about to surrender. Jerusalem was starving to death as a result of that blockade of the militias, and the only way that we could respond was to have those convoys and try to break through that blockade time after time to bring food to the city. These are the Arab militias, the Arab irregulars, controlling the mountains overlooking the one road that went to Jerusalem. That's why it was so easy for them to try to block that road. That was the beginning of it. In Jerusalem, in the city, checkpoints everywhere of Arabs and of Jews and of the British as well. Things were quite intense in the first part of the war. That's what I meant earlier. An Arab activist speaks about try to get people together as a nation when they do not understand the idea of fighting for a nation. So phase number 1, as I said, fighting for the roads, try to break through that blockade, because later on they will speak about ethnic cleansing, that the Jewish state was ethnically cleansing hundreds of thousands of Arabs, loaded them on trucks and sending them away. That's a lie. However, in some places, we had to. 4 villages were overlooking the main road to Jerusalem. And each time our convoys went through, they would come back and block the road. In order to save Jerusalem, these villages had to be expelled. So yes, in few places, we brought trucks, we loaded them with the locals, and we sent them away. Away means only 5 miles away. That's it. Not to a foreign country, not to a foreign century. It wasn't time travel. We just have to have a corridor that we can defend so the food for Jerusalem flows without interruption. All right, so ethnic cleansing, I'm not sure that will be the term here. But yes, about 80% of people that will be called refugees left voluntarily. The rest of them, we encourage them to leave. Guess what? It happens in every war. Any idea how many refugees were wandering the roads in Europe only 3 years earlier? How about 50 million? You know how many Germans had to leave Czechoslovakia and just to go back home? About 8 million. Many died along the way. Polacks, Croats. That's what happens in war. So there was no ethnic cleansing. In some places, we had to expel people, yes, as they did, like Jerusalem. Jerusalem ended up, the old city, in Jordanian hands. Guess what happened to the Jewish quarter in Jerusalem? People were loaded on trucks and sent away to West Jerusalem. Isn't that ethnic cleansing? It's a very unpleasant outcome of every war, unfortunately. I do want to show you this one as well. Speaking about the road to Jerusalem, today it's a beautiful 3-lane highway that you're flying along, but you do see how narrow it is, how easy it is to block. Just roll some boulders from the hillsides, and the city doesn't get any food. And there's be those convoys, right, carrying all the stuff to Jerusalem, and of course a lot of jubilee and happiness when these convoys made it into the city. Winter of 1948, see the snow on the ground. As we said, food was very short in supply. There was no water, by the way. What saved the city, interesting, in 1948, were the biblical water systems. The Israelites, the Judeans, were digging cisterns to collect rainwater 3,000 years ago. It's still working until this very day. The water finds its way to fill up those cisterns. What saved Jerusalem in 1948 were the biblical water systems. Interesting when it comes to water. All right, so food, again, I do want to go through this one. So, as I said, although the British were still in the country, in some places, they were not really behaving, how shall we say that, fairly, all right, when it comes to who we're going to support. It's supposed to be neutral, but that very rarely happened. I do want to run this one through with your permission, just the old city of Jerusalem. It was the Jordanian Legion, all right? The Jordanian Legion was the army of Transjordan. Great Britain let them invade into their territory in Palestine, but the British are still in the land. The mandate still goes on. Foreign forces were not supposed to be present in mandatory Palestine. The Iraqis were, and the Jordanians were. The locals had very little to defend themselves with. And after surrendering, here you see ethnic cleansing. Jaffa Gate in Jerusalem, you've been there. I'm sorry, Zion Gate. Some of you have been there, know the place. 3,000 people were simply taking some little that they left with them, leaving behind all the casualties that were buried later on the Mount of Olives, and this is ethnic cleansing. All right? Unfortunately, it happens in every war, a very unpleasant outcome of every war. Well, the British mandate came to an end officially in the 14th of May 1948. It was a Friday. Great Britain is leaving the air after 30 years of mandate, and the very same minutes that the British last High Commissioner, Ellen Cunningham, is leaving the port of Haifa, David Ben-Gurion is proclaiming the Jewish state in Tel Aviv. Keep in mind, 2 states. One for the Jews, one for the Arabs. I will ask you later on how come there was no Palestine today. Because you do know, state of Israel exists. What about Palestine? The United Nations said very clearly that Palestine for the Arabs, Israel for the Jews, all right? You do know there is no place called Palestine. The Palestinian state was never born. The question is, why not? If you don't know your history, and I would ask you the question, you'd have an answer for it. Because you, the Jews, conquered the land, huh? Big mistake. Huge mistake. The land that was allocated to the Palestinians ended up in Arab hands, Jordan and Egypt. They refused to give the land over for them to build a state, not Israel. We'll get to that in a few minutes. So a new phase and a new chapter in the story. And since it's obvious that Great Britain is leaving, read the approach, all right, of the Arab leaders, of the Arab nations. How do they plan? What is their plan for the Jewish state that was just born? And this is just one of hundreds of those statements, all right? This is not a nobody. We speak about a very important individual. That was the plan. If the Jews will ever dare to proclaim their statehood, then the mighty Arab armies are going to invade the Jewish state and they're going to kill all of them, throw them into the ocean. That's the plan, by the way, until this very day. Listen, don't listen to me, listen to them. They keep delivering the message over and over again. This is not propaganda. That's the plan. It was indeed the 14th of May, Friday afternoon. Ellen Cunningham, the last High Commissioner, is boarding the boat in the Haifa harbor. The very same time, 4 p.m., before Shabbat begins. Interesting. The Sabbath, of course, is very important. And we did not know exactly when the British are going to officially proclaim their departure. Problem was, if this was about an hour too late and the Sabbath had started, then some of the people that signed the Proclamation of Independence will not be attending because they would not do it on Shabbat. On Shabbat, you don't write, you don't go anywhere, you stay home. And without the signature of a majority, you cannot proclaim the state. I know it sounds like something ridiculous, but people that do care about keeping the Jewish way of life will find it very important. So until the last minute, we did not know. Are we going to proclaim the state or wait until Sunday? Okay? Fortunately, they left early enough. And therefore, they proclaimed the state. That was the beginning of it. And David Ben-Gurion over there, I'll show you a short film in just a minute. Let's bring the British mandate to conclusion. By the way, please read these two paragraphs of Israel's Proclamation of Independence. We don't have a constitution. This is something like a constitution. That's how Israel wants to present itself to the whole world. And is this big enough for you to read? Basically, we want peace in the area. Everybody's invited in. Arabs will be equal to Jews. Stop this war thing. It's going to be a blessing to everybody. These are the two opening paragraphs in our Proclamation of Independence. I'll encourage you to Google when you go back home and you read the charter of the PLO and then read the charter of Hamas. It will just give an idea, all right, about how they want to present themselves, and compare it with this, and I think that you'll understand the whole difference. British mandate, as we said, a lot of changes over the years, all of them in favor of the Arabs. We did speak about British diplomacy and what was the real intent. Frustrating, but even during that, the Jews were able to purchase more land, bring in more people, because Britain had a policy, but the world that gave Britain the mandate was always watching to see when the British are violating that, and every now and then Britain had to be more flexible and open the gates and take more Jews in. So from the Jewish perspective, more land was purchased, more people came in, but that was not with British assistance. It was against the British policy. I do want to point to this, and I'm saying that because those of you that may be familiar with some debates, and pro-Arabs are taking their argument and pro-Jews take their argument, usually it will be the following. The population in Palestine increased, the Arab one, not because of immigration. We speak about locals. It wasn't foreigners. And how come? Well, the British invested in hospitals and great health care. And that's why the population rose. These are indigenous Palestinians. They're not immigrants. Let me tell you what. Was the British mandate over Jordan and French mandate over Syria and Lebanon? It didn't happen there. Why not? Well, I will say it was indeed the Jewish factor that encouraged people to come. Look at Egypt. The most fast-growing Arab country in the world back then increased between these two in 105%, while the locals in Palestine increased in close to 300%. That should be it if it was natural and just by biology. We speak about illegal immigrants that infiltrated into the country, taking full advantage of new prosperity created by Jewish money enterprise. So this is one of the main arguments. The population grew of the Arabs not because of illegal immigration. It grew because of Great Britain doing such a great job in improving living conditions. That's why nonsense. All right, the documents are there, easy to follow and easy to verify. So now we have this and the white paper of MacDonald. We spoke about that as well. In other words, we are going back now to the War of Independence. But this is important, all right? The same man who wrote the book that said that Balfour was wrong, all right, and Britain is no longer in favor of the Jewish state, also wrote this, okay? So this is important to read those documents. Bear with me for another 15 minutes. We'll bring that session to an end. And all right, once again, I need to run some of it through. I'll leave it there for a few seconds so you can read some of it. This is to answer the argument that the Jews came and stole land from poor peasants. We just showed up one day, we killed them, and we stole their land, all right? Everything is documented. Land was purchased from churches, by the way. Keep in mind, churches started coming about a century earlier. They bought some real estate hoping to attract Christians to come. And when people did not come, you have a huge piece of land that nobody's cultivating. Hey, the Jews are willing to pay money for it. All right? So everything was done legally. And not by killing anybody, and not by expelling anybody. Land was purchased in astronomical prices, and only 7% of the land of Palestine was indeed in Jewish hands. And once again, some of the data there about the percentage of land that was purchased, most of it belonged to absentee Arab landlords who fled as the tension started. These people were not connected to the land. They had no roots in the land. They came as visitors back home to Lebanon, Afghanistan, Egypt. They owned the land. So the land was purchased from them. Even today, we have a lot of absentees land which is officially owned by the state of Israel. It's not for sale. The state is managing it somehow because who knows, maybe once in the future we'll find a solution. And these people have some rights in the land as well. So this is just to bring everything to conclusion, speaking about the 30 years of the British mandate over Palestine. It's 14th of May, David Ben-Gurion comes to proclaim the state in Tel Aviv. And they are waiting to hear from Haifa if the British High Commissioner left already before they officially start the ceremony. Can we have the volume, please? It's in Hebrew, but... Like every nation that has the right for self-determination in its old state, that's why we open the gates of a country to every Jewish man that wants to come back home. So it can be one nation once again among the nations. Therefore, we got together, the members of the provisional government, the day of the termination of the British mandates in Israel, and from a natural demand and right for the land. And based on the declaration of the United Nations, we declare by this the founding of a Jewish state, land of Israel, which is the state of Israel. I've seen that hundreds of times, still brings tears in your eyes every now and then. So that was a proclamation, and since the British are out, that opens the way to the Arab armies to invade the Jewish state. Keep in mind, as long as the state was not proclaimed yet officially, the Arab armies are waiting on the borders. Now the Brits are out, and a full-scale invasion of 7 armies into Israel. Let me just show you this, of course, celebrations in Tel Aviv and Jerusalem when the state was born. At the very same time, the war begins. Volume, please.
The 3 families are all Jews who need or wish to come here to escape from hatred, contempt and oppression.
בשלוש שנות המאבק שקדמו להקמת המדינה, חתרו לחופי הארץ כ-70,000 מעפילים. את רובם תפס הצי הבריטי.
All right, we spoke about this clandestine immigration. I do want to take a side track, which is the main track, basically speak about refugees. So the war is not the main thing here. The war started, the war was over, the Jewish state prevailed, Arab armies were defeated, there's no Palestinian state, we'll get to that in just a minute. But the refugees issue is a cardinal issue to understand. Because until this very day, this is a real human tragedy, I will have to say. And this is a tragedy that could have been solved years and years and years back in the time. Nobody wants to solve the refugee problem, which makes it really, I would say, very annoying, because only a few years earlier, 1945, Europe was flooded by tens of millions of refugees. They are no longer refugees. Within years, Each one find a new home, got a new citizenship, build a family, find a job. End of problem. The only refugee issue which is very much on the table, even today, almost 80 years later, is the issue of Palestinian refugees. Does it have to be like that? No. Nobody wants to solve the problem. And therefore, the refugees are used as a weapon against Israel. And they are miserable. It's a fifth generation of refugees, by the way, the only refugees in the world that can inherit their position to their children of the Palestinian refugees. This is not a title that stays in the family. It's not hereditary, with one exception, the Palestinians. They can inherit that to the fifth generation. Why? I have no answers for you, except for the obvious one. Because the Jews are on the other side. Do you know that somebody that has a new life, you know the name Bella Hadid and Gigi Hadid, top models, technically, they're refugees. The father, forgot his name, I'm sorry, still has a refugee card. He's an American citizen, he's a multimillionaire. Technically, he's still entitled to have a bag of rice and a bag of flour because he is a refugee. Give me another example in world history that such a situation exists. Because once you have a new citizenship, that will officially eliminate your refugee status. A refugee is a man with no country and no citizenship. Everywhere, always, with one exception, Palestinian refugees. You have to be sarcastic here to understand how cynically the world is using the misery of close to 5 or 6 million people. These people deserve lives. They deserve future and hope. Not because of Israel. The Arab world doesn't want to solve the refugee issue. It's a great tool. It's a great weapon against Israel. Let me show you this. All right? Why do you become a refugee? Why would anybody leave his home? Willingly? You should be in danger of some kind. You should think that maybe your life is not safe for your property and you leave. Sometimes you see an invading army and you go. In the case of the Palestinians, what they thought was that the Jews are going to treat them like Muslims used to treat the Jews for centuries upon centuries as dhimmis. They did not understand why a conquering army will not treat them as they would treat others, as Islam always did. Just like the Muslims treated Jews as dhimmis, they were positive. Now the Jews are victorious, they're going to treat us the same way we treated them. Most of them left before the war even started. And we speak about 700,000 to 800,000 people that left the country. By today, they believe to be about 5 million. They never allowed to have a census. Nobody ever counted, they don't know. So if you can manipulate the numbers, you can inflate the numbers, you get more money from the UN. They always report birth cases, they never report death cases. Which means more money from the UN, you're paying for it. Because the biggest donor to UNRWA, which is the Refugee Association, is America. You are paying for it for years, billions of dollars, which is just a waste of money. These people could get lives and homes and jobs and families and be prosperous. The Arab world won't let them. You want them to be refugees because it's a great weapon, a great tool. Only about a year ago, one of the Hamas leaders in Gaza was asked, how come you dug all these tunnels for you to take shelter? What about the people? They're refugees. They are the UN problem. Hamas today. Freedom fighters, fighting for the people. All right? And you hear some frustration in my voice. The UN that wanted to do this in most cases had an Article 11 in the resolution 1949 to try to solve the problem. All refugees should be allowed, permitted to go back to their homes if they are willing to live peacefully with their neighbors. Israel said, you know what, let's negotiate. Oh no. If you negotiate with Israel, you're recognizing Israel. We are not recognizing Israel. So what's the alternative? No negotiations, no recognition, and people live in shameful conditions for nearly 80 years now. So the refugees are not just refugees. we speak about a problem which is kept alive for a purpose. Look at the Arab League. The Arab League, all right? These refugees that were invited by the host countries enjoy zero rights. You want to speak about apartheid? That's apartheid. Not in Israel. In Israel, Arabs are Israelis, just like anybody else. Members in the Knesset, electing, voting, judges in the Supreme Court. Israeli Arabs are Israelis. Those who fled to neighboring countries are treated like dogs. Zero rights in their own families, their own countries, their own brothers and sisters that invited them to come and take shelter because the Arab armies are coming. We're going to throw the Jews to the ocean. You may be in danger. Come to our country just for the time being, and then you go back and take their homes because we're going to kick their butts. Forgive me for the, excuse my French, as they say, right? Not happening. These refugees left their homes before the war even started. Because number one, the leadership fled. And if there's no leadership, who is going to tell you what to do? Who are you going to follow? UNRWA, everybody knows the name, the United Nations Relief and Welfare Agency. The UN had another body that dealt with refugees around the world. For some reason, the Palestinians needed their own separated body. The other one dealt with more than 70 million refugees very successfully. UNRWA did not rehabilitate one, just one, Palestinian since 1949. Not even one. They don't want to. It's a moneymaker. If the world is willing to pay, we're making money out of these refugees. You know that most of the workers of UNRWA in Gaza are refugees. So how can you trust the figures you hear from Hamas and Gaza about the toll of death casualties when the people giving the figures are not some neutral people? These are UNRWA employees who are Palestinians. This is the biggest employer in the Palestinian territories. 60% of unemployment. UNRWA provides jobs, so I give it up. Life is good. They can suffer. We're making money out of it. I'm not being sarcastic. That's the case. UNRWA is the problem, not a solution. So the world is very happy with another agency, and UNRWA was specially created for the Palestinians, and they had their own ideas. Who is called a refugee? Who is a refugee? According to UNRWA, anybody who lived in Palestine between 1946 to 1948 will believe to be a genuine Palestinian, part of the indigenous people. These people came in as illegal workers or brought in by the British. They never had documents or Israeli citizenship. But a refugee is somebody who lost his citizenship and fled to another country and doesn't have one. They never had one in Palestine either. So I call them refugee. Well, because the Jews are on the other side. And we're going to use them as a weapon. And I'm telling you, these people are falling between the cracks and they're really miserable. The problem could have been solved years and years ago. Nobody wants to solve the problem. Refugee is a good thing. And since you never had a census, you have no idea how many are there. So you can always manipulate the numbers, you're making more money. The world begins to understand that UNRWA is a problem. And many donor countries, including America, are no longer giving money to UNRWA. Maybe that will change the situation. If you call yourself a refugee agency, that's a problem. In a way, you're perpetuating the refugee status instead of solving it. Find another name, all right? The rehabilitation group or whatever. The only refugees in the world that still maintain their position 80 years after the effect are the Palestinians. Not in Korea, and not in Europe, and not in Africa, just the Palestinians. I'm sorry for being a little emotional about that, but you do understand that we're speaking about something very personal that affects our lives as well. So speaking about refugees, it's a very kind of a touchy issue that we need to understand. I do want just to show you some of the slides here with your permission. And again, just leave that behind. And then we'll have some time to break. All right, confession of the Syrian Prime Minister. Take a minute to read that, all right? Who created the refugee problem? Sometimes you have honest people on the Arab side as well, all right? So what happened basically was, leave your homes, come and take shelter in our country, will come to deal with the Jews, then you go back home. Unfortunately, the Jews won the war. You're not going back home. It never happened in any place in world history that refugees will go back home, especially living peacefully, all right, with your neighbors. It just doesn't happen. A research institution, an Arab one in Beirut, look at their conclusion. All right? Most of the people called refugees will not qualify to be called refugees by international standards. It's an exception made for the Palestinians. Why? Because of anti-Semitism. I say it loud and clear. We want to use them as a weapon against the Jewish state. It doesn't have to be like that. These guys are a tool. And they really live a very shameful way of life in most cases. I also want to show you some of the, how shall we say, some of the approaches or the views of even the leaders of UNRWA, all right? Not this one, but please read the one at the bottom, John Glad. John Glad, the British, was the commander of the Judean Legion. That was his impression. And then you read the UNRWA personnel, and once again apologizing, and I want to show you especially, all right, read both of them. You see, UNRWA was so generous in giving out food coupons and giving out food that the refugee was much better off than the local population. So if you live in a town in Lebanon, and those people come from Palestine, and the UN builds a camp to them, and they get food, and they live better than I do, I want to be a refugee as well. And since there were no IDs, nobody took any notes, suddenly thousands of locals reported at the office of UNRWA asking to be recognized as refugees. They will live better off as refugees than what their own country could provide them with. How shameful is this? And since nobody was taking notes about anything, that was the end of it. They gave out food packages, and before not too long, we'll speak about hundreds of thousands of refugees who are not Palestinians, never lived in Palestine, but for the whole world, these are the indigenous people of the land. Now you go and figure, all right, who are these people, and who has the right to be a refugee and live out of welfare, and who just, had a need, so decided to go and find that refugee status. And the last one, promise. Once again, the idea about UNRWA and how UNRWA operates. Is it too early for lunch, Pastor? Okay, I'm trying to time. I can go on and on and on, but makes clear? Does it make any sense to you? All right? We have lots of food. People showed up. They look poor. We give them food. And then we give them a little ticket. And they will be refugees forever. So what's your motivation to stop being one? Why will you ever try to find a job, get a decent education, when you're making better life being a refugee than what your country can provide to you? It's sad. It's sad that to have the status of refugee is better than what you can get in your own native country. But that's a story. And to make it more intriguing, we'll leave that for the next session with your permission. And I'm running all this one through. What about this? Were there Jewish refugees? Oh yeah, and quite a lot. But we'll leave that for the next session. All right?
She needs about 15 minutes.
All right, let's speak about Jewish refugees then. No? Hey, it's fine. We can go on and on and on. The 6 sessions I'm giving here, and thank you, Pastor, for the opportunity, is not the full version of it. All right, usually it's an 8-session seminar, so that's why I have to skip some of the slides, but hey, this is an opportunity to be able to expand and to... Let's speak about Jewish refugees. Well, in Arab countries, about 1 million Jews live. By the way, how many refugees the Palestinians had leaving Israel? Hard to tell. Impossible to know. And by the way, if you came from Egypt in 1946, and now you want to go back home. You get on the train, and you simply go back home. That's where you came from. But once you get to the Egyptian border, the Egyptians will stop their train, will take you off the train. They don't want you back home, and they'll send you to live in a new camp. The camp is called Gaza Strip. Most of the people in Gaza today will be refugees that fled from Israel, that came in as workers with no documents. On the way back home, they were stopped by the Egyptian authorities, so they won't flood Egypt once again and send them to populate the Gaza area. By the way, Egypt today will not let a single Palestinian cross the border to take shelter in Egypt, not even one. And Gaza has a border with Egypt. The world only cares about us sending in food. What about Egyptians? Your brothers and sisters, you have a border. Open the borders. Let them go and take shelter. Provide medical care. Do something for them. Oh, no. Just Israel has to take care about the Palestinians. Not our problem. So the whole Gaza Strip was created by the Egyptians, stopping the influx of Egyptians on the way back home after Israel was born. Not to go back to flood Egypt. You stay here. Amazing how it works, and these facts most people don't know. So we do have also about 1 million Jews that live in Arab countries. It was very clear from the beginning what will happen to them. All right, so if Israel will dare to be proclaimed a state, that's what we are going to do. All right, the Jews in Arab countries are going to be in real danger. You speak about ethnic cleansing, that's the essence of ethnic cleansing. Here are the numbers. In 1948, in Iraq, 130,000 Jews. Later on, almost none. In Egypt, almost none. These people were in danger, especially when rumors were coming from the front line that the Jewish army is defeating Muslims. Do you understand how humiliating that is? The mighty armies of Islam are defeated by these nobodies, by our slaves, the sons of the pigs and the apes. The hatred was taken immediately on the Jewish communities. People had to run for their lives. In some places, it was too late. People were massacred by the thousands. That's ethnic cleansing. You didn't find it in Israel. You find it in the Arab countries. So today, there are very few people, Jews, that live in Arab countries. In the late 40s, early 50s, we speak about close to 800,000 people. Many went to America as well, Australia, Canada, and about half of them ended up in Israel, leaving behind all their property, lots of property. Estimate of more than $100 billion in value. Israel is preparing now a lawsuit. Whenever we'll settle the issue with the Arab world, sooner or later, and they will speak about compensation for the poor refugees, we'll say, okay, let's do the math. The poor refugees left behind $3.9 billion value in asset. The Jewish ones left behind more than $100 billion. You want to do the math? Or just leave us alone? But they are preparing all the data, all the information, and it will be on the table. Because when was the last time you heard about Jewish refugees? Never. Never ever. Why not? Because only the Arabs have the right to be called refugees. Speaking about refugees, these are refugees. Jews lived in Iraq from the days of Babylon. Jews lived in Iraq from the days of Nehemiah, Ezekiel, ongoing, thriving Jewish communities. It all came to an end about 60 years ago. Long before Islam was born, long before Iraq was born. The Jews are the indigenous people of Iraq and Egypt, not the Iraqis of today. They were sent on trucks, airplanes, some of them, and they were gone. So these are the Jewish refugees. They don't have the status because those that came to Israel became Israelis. They have the citizenship. They are our society. My family came from Romania, in a way, refugees as well. We're no longer refugees, we came back home. And that's a big difference. But speaking about, just about fairness, refugees, what about Jewish refugees? Why the whole world is obsessed with Palestinian refugees? Nobody says a word about Jewish refugees? Because we are not the victims anymore. People make a whole career by victimizing themselves. Whining, complaining, crying all the time. That's not the Jewish way, I'm sorry. But just for the record, 1 million Jews, all right, will be qualified to be called refugees. Those Jews that were ethnically cleansed from the Arab countries in the area. I do like this little kind of math to do here with you, and just work with me for a minute. Yeah, forget this one, the property, etc. People speak about the ownership of land. Let's see if we can follow that together, okay? Jewish people own land in Arab countries. Okay? You want to compensate people for property. Well, there are about 7 million square kilometers and population of 58 million in the Arab country the Jews came from. Let's take the 7 million divided to per capita. How much land every individual has? Okay? About 860,000 Jews live there. Each one has, by simple formula, all right, about what? 0.2 or 12 square kilometers. If you multiply that with the number of Jews that left, then the Jewish property is 102,000 square kilometers. All right? How big is the state of Israel? We want to be 10 times bigger. Is it fair? Yes or no? You complain about property, exchanging people. What about exchanging property as well? So your problem is with this tiny little Jewish home, when Jews owned 5 times more land in the area to begin with. If you want to speak about property and you want to calculate how much each one has, let's use this formula. Which means we need to conquer another 80,000 square kilometers. How about that, huh? Just to have the number or the amount of land the Jews deserve. If you speak about ownership of land and who stole land from who, in the Arab countries, Jewish land was stolen. 100,000 square kilometers of Jewish property was stolen by the locals. Was anybody ever mentioning that part of the story? Of course not. Well, that's why I'm here. Thank you, Pastor. To be able to just to share that or these thoughts with you. Some will say, listen, this is just semantics and this is manipulation. I agree. It's not going to happen. But why not bring that to the equation as well if we speak about who owns what and how much land was taken and how many refugees and how many casualties? Let's take all the information and then we'll have a fair figure. Did I give enough time for preparation? I can go on. Okay.
Okay, we're going to lunch. Give your brain a minute to rest a little bit. And then, Kathy, how do you want to do it over there? Wow. Okay, so you'll get your pita of 2 lines. Easiest to just go down the hall like we do Wednesday nights, and then come through on either side of the table there. You grab a pita at the window, and then do your fixins and enjoy a little bit of a break. So let's pray. We'll give them time to set up. What? We need one more table. Oh, Andrew, you want to grab that? Perfect. Well, Lord, thank you for this time. Thank you for those who prepared this meal for us. Bless their hands. And those who brought food to share, thank you for that. Pray you would bless the meals of our body and our conversations. And again, use this for your glory. Pray this in Jesus' name. Amen. All right, get up, have a little break. Check 1, 2.
5-minute warning.
Yes. All right. Okay. If I could interrupt your fellowship, I'm glad you were able to do that. Thank you again, the kitchen crew that made us. Thank you very much. We could kill the music. And I want to invite our team that's going in October. Chris, come on up. Everybody that's going in October, we're missing a bunch of folks. I was just telling somebody, I only had one person tell me they weren't coming, but half our team is not here. So, but if you're going in October, Deborah, that's you. I don't know why you're walking away. Team that's going in October, come up here. She was like walking away. Like, where are you going? We are taking a trip in October. There's 12 of us total. And like I said, we only have. Yeah, where's Regina? Somebody yell at the Regina in the kitchen to come on out. We have this great privilege, and maybe Ronnie, maybe you can speak to this. Our understanding is that there is need for help in the farms because of the war that's going on. So let's see here. Yeah, this is dismal. Where is the rest of our team? Husbands are missing. Wives are missing. What? Michael's at Costco. Where's Rex and Josiah? Anyways, if hopefully that is going live now. So we'll be here. Let's be careful there. Yeah. So if you could just be praying for us as we go, we would appreciate. Just think about, even if you don't know all of our names, you could be thinking about the team that's going in October, and we want to make our church aware of that, and just we want to be able to support Israel in this way and be able to help and be in the land. And it's a very unique trip, as we are going to be staying at a kibbutz in the northern area, the Golan Heights, on a farm, and we're going to be working in the farm for a week, and then we get a little 3-day tour in Jerusalem and the surrounding area. So it will be a unique trip. I anticipate a really good time. We're going to be staying at a house, sharing a house together, sharing meals together. We're going to be able to do a Shabbat dinner one evening with a local family, which will be a total privilege. The other times I've gone, and the tours are wonderful, but you're going with a larger group and you don't get to do some of those intimate things. So I'm looking forward to that, this team. But be praying for us, as we approach it. Every time you step out in faith, we were talking to Lori about this, you step out in faith to do a good work. It seems the enemy wants to attack, and spiritual warfare is real. And there's things that happen either in your mind or physically, or circumstantially. So if you could just be praying for us in that, I just would appreciate that. And we'll guys keep you updated. And we're going to, when we get back that Wednesday, we'll be fresh off the boat there, fresh off the plane. And we're going to give a report back to the church. And the whole team's going to be there. Chris and his wife, Nikki, they're going the week before, Feast of Tabernacles. They couldn't, our group was full. You can only take 12. And Doug Hershey, who's hosting this, had spot open the week before, and they really want to go, so we connected the dots. So they're going to be there the week before we get there. We're going to high five through the airport on the way. They're going out. We'll be coming in. But I want you guys to join us on the report back, because we'll be the same trip. So, well, we'll pray for this team, and we'll get back into our sessions here. So, Lord, thank you for the hearts here that were willing to go and to be able to show support and help in a time of need. It's a real time of need, Lord, where the world seems to have rejected or forgotten or turned their back on a nation. Lord, we want to go and support and show that, God, that you love those people and you have plans, purposes for those people, and maybe we can be your hands and feet in that way, working in the farms. Would you bless the hands of the works of our hands? And Lord, I pray for the team that in the weeks leading ahead here, Lord, that you'd protect them from the evil one. Lord, you say that the evil one wants to kill, steal, and destroy. You have come to bring life. So I pray you protect their minds and their hearts against the evil one who would want to put in fear. And Lord, that you'd also protect them physically. We would have just an excellent trip, a good report of how you were working, Lord. So we ask for your blessing on the rest of the day, Lord, as we conclude this seminar here. We pray this in Jesus' name. Amen. Okay, we hand it back to Ronnie.
But not because of Israel. You do see the yellow area in front of you, which is the state of Israel, and you see the two arrows pointing at this area, which is the West Bank of today. By the way, I'm not using the term West Bank usually. I will use the biblical term Judea and Samaria. The West Bank that many people say the Jews have no rights in is the heartland of biblical Israel. Everything you read about in the Old Testament about the monarchy and the prophets and Abraham and our patriarchs and all the others took place in the land of Judea and Samaria, which is called recently politically the West Bank. The West Bank of what, by the way? The West Bank of the River Jordan. Guess what? The Jordan has an East Bank as well. It's a river. The East Bank is not discussed. Everybody speaks about west to the Jordan River. This will be the area. That area was allocated to the Palestinian homeland. That was supposed to be the other state that was supposed to be born in the area. On the lower left-hand side, the area of Gaza, that was also allocated for the Palestinians to be their country after the British mandate terminates. What happened was that when the Arab armies came seemingly to help the Palestinians in the war against Israel, the king of Jordan, Abdullah, deployed his troops in this area which was supposed to be Palestinian. And after the war was over, instead of pulling out from the land and give it over to the Palestinians, congratulating them for the new state, he simply stayed. And therefore, the West Bank, that was supposed to be the bigger chunk of the Palestinian state, was never born. The land was taken, stolen, robbed, you name it, by the king of Jordan. The same thing happened with the Gaza area. This was supposed to be part of Palestine. The Egyptian army, after invading Israel's territory, that was defeated. And as they pulled out from Israel, they decided to occupy that area, and instead of giving it to the Palestinians to say, this is another piece of land for you to be independent, they simply stayed in the Gaza area. Palestine was never born, not because of Israel. Most of the land allocated to the Palestinian state by the UN in 1947 was now in Arab hands, not in Jewish hands. If the king of Jordan pulled out and would tell the Palestinians, here is your land, there would be a Palestinian state since 1948. Maybe the conflict was on a totally different level. If the president of Egypt back then would say, we are pulling out from your land and you can have it to build your country, there would be a Palestine today. The Palestinian state wasn't born, not because of Israel. because of the king of Jordan, because of Egypt. They kept that land in their hands, and therefore the two-state solution, everybody sees a two-state solution, it was proposed already in 1947. That was the two-state solution that one party rejected, which led to a war, which led to the invasion of the Arab countries to take the Palestinian land, officially annex it. Palestine was never born. So that's how the war ended in 1948. Nobody speaks about Palestinians yet. There was no such an entity, because keep in mind, if you call this place Palestine and now it's in Jordanian hands, you are conflicting with Jordan. And Arab solidarity is very important. If you dare to call this Palestinian land, you make Jordan your enemy. Nobody was mentioning the term. If you dare to speak about your national right as a Palestinian while you're occupied by Jordan, in most cases, that will end a second later with a bullet in your head. You try to speak about Palestinian nationality in Cairo, you won't live for too long. Please understand, you can wave the banners of Hamas and Hezbollah in Washington, D.C. Try to do that in an Arab country. See how long will you live, all right? And I'm not exaggerating. And therefore, we speak about Palestinians that had the chance to become a nation. This was totally crushed by the Arab nations. There is no Palestine. A new chapter in the area. The state of Israel exists, and for 19 years, 48 to 67, the West Bank is in Jordanian hands, and then we have the Gaza Strip in the hands of the Egyptians, and there is no Palestine, and that will lead us to the Sixth Day War in just a minute. So, what is Palestine? Where is Palestine? Well, it depends who you're asking. Amazing, huh? Look at what Yasser Arafat himself said not that long ago, okay? Palestine is Jordan. Because when the British divided artificially mandatory Palestine, it was the same people who lived on both sides of the Jordan River. And therefore, Jordan should be the Palestine. It's not my opinion. It was Arafat's opinion. It was the king of Jordan's opinion. It was prominent Arab leader that said, just a minute now, Jordan should be Palestine, because Jordan occupies a land that was allocated to the Palestinians. There will be a war between the PLO and the Jordanian army. September 1970, Black September, it was called a civil war. Palestinians, Jordanians, a civil war, indicates the fact that we speak about the same people and they have a country already. That's Jordan. Don't listen to me, listen to their statements. So even in 1948 until 1967, nobody spoke about an independent people called Palestine. It was supposed to be part of the Jordanian kingdom, land and people. Some other ideas about the Palestinian nationality, or how the Arabs seeing the existence of the Arabs. Many of them believe that Arab should be one nation, not divided to smaller nations, because it weakens their strength, it weakens their purpose. They should be united, no borders, no nationalities. To speak about a Jordanian national defeats the purpose of Islam. Islam does not believe in nationalities, with one exception, lo and behold, Palestinians suddenly, but it wasn't even born yet. So who are the Palestinians? Where is Palestine? Well, depends who you're asking, depends in what time in history, and what are the circumstances, and what is your agenda. Today it's very clear, Palestinians. But when you ask people what exactly it means, you don't have an answer, they don't have an answer. If your grandfather came from Egypt as an illegal worker and stayed in Haifa for 2 years and went back home to get his refugee card, that makes you a Palestinian. Technically, you have no idea how to define yourself, because there is no and was no such a definition. Let me make it loud and clear. If 5 million people call themselves a nation, Palestinians, who am I to say that they are not? It's not my choice. That's how they call themselves. And the more we ignore them, it's making things worse. So I'm willing to admit today that there's people called Palestinians. Let's try to find a solution here. But it's a dead end. It's not going anywhere. And not because of Israel. Until 1988, nobody in the Arab world was willing to admit there are people called Palestinians and they have a right to a land. Because until 1988, the whole Arab world believed that the West Bank is Jordanian territory and not Palestinian. In 1988, the king of Jordan said, well, I'm sorry. This land that my grandfather annexed illegally from the Palestinians was a big mistake. I'm relinquishing any demand for the West Bank. Well, hallelujah. Now we know that somebody else supposed to hold the West Bank and maybe have a nation over there, not before 1988. And I bet you thought that this issue is on the table for the last 500 years at least. No, it's a new issue. Israeli-Arab conflict, that's older. But to speak about Palestinians, so there's much confusion about who these people are, where they came from, how they identify themselves. There's a kind of a funny story. There was the Miss Universe beauty pageant competition every year. You know who is going to represent Palestine for the first time ever? A very beautiful young girl who was born in America. Her father is Egyptian. Her mother is Italian. She lives in Dubai. And she will represent Palestine. Isn't that confusing? So who is a Palestinian? Good question. Nobody has a clear answer. Because if you lived in Beirut, you're Lebanese, and next to you, UNRWA opened a nice refugee camp, and you got to get some food and you ask for a card, you just adopted a new identity. You're a Palestinian because somebody gave you a plastic card because there's more food in the camp than around the neighborhood. So go figure how to identify many of the members, and it's their confusion as well. They'll be honest enough to say when you have a conversation, and we're neighbors, we live in Israel, Israeli Arabs will call themselves also Palestinians. They want to identify with the station, they're Israelis. And they will tell you, it's kind of a tool that we use politically. We don't really know what's the identity, but it's not important. There is an issue we need to deal with. Ignoring that is not going to help us anyhow. But the confusion is genuine. Who are these people? Who represent them? Yasser Arafat. You all heard the name, right? Egyptian. Born in Egypt, never been to Palestine until we brought him back home, and so forth and so forth. So we do speak about this confusion, how the Arab Muslims saw Palestinian, who is a Palestinian. And once again, I showed you this quote earlier as well. How do you create a nation to people that do not understand the whole idea behind nationality? And look at this one. Here is a Palestinian prominent leader admitting who are the Palestinians. Okay, that's not me. That's not Israeli sources. That's not the Jewish propaganda. 1977. Okay, so you do understand part of this confusion. So there is no Palestinian state, there is a Jewish one, the state of Israel, and few things happen. Meanwhile, between the two wars, the Palestinian refugees are treated very poorly by the host countries. Speaking about apartheid, a Palestinian in Lebanon cannot leave the refugee camp, he cannot find a decent job, there was zero education, 90% unemployment. All right, that's apartheid. You won't find it in Israel, you find it in Lebanon, you find it in Egypt, in Kuwait, in Iraq, in Syria, except for Jordan. Jordan was the only country that gave them citizenship, and the Palestinians in Jordan are citizens of the Kingdom of Jordan. They can be elected to the parliament, they cannot hold any real positions in the economy, for example. That's apartheid. In Israel, once again, people bring accusations against us. The easiest one to debunk or to refute is just come and see. Israeli Arabs are Israelis. They don't go to the army, that's the only exception, they can volunteer. But you find them in every aspect of life, in politics, in the judiciary, they are part of the state of Israel. The only Arabs in the Middle East that are free and equal in the eyes of the law are the Israeli Arabs. Not the Egyptians, and not the Iraqis, and not all the other. Israelis. You know how annoying that is for them? You know how they hate to admit. You know how many Palestinians tried to get Israelis' IDs, and there was a way to do that, just to be part of the Jewish state, the dhimmi state that Islam despises. You understand the problem and the conflict that they have? With just daily issues. All right, we do speak about critical time because meanwhile the Jordanians and the Egyptians basically are training in refugee camps, those Palestinian refugees, and they make small kind of terrorist squads out of them, send them across the border to try to attack as many Israelis, to try to rob and to steal. We lost hundreds of people. Country is still young. The borders are not well fortified yet. It's easy to cross from side to side. So we speak about years of tension until the country got together to protect ourselves and the people, but that will take a few years. Meanwhile, in Cairo, a student by the name of Yasser Arafat is founding a group of Palestinians. He had to flee to Kuwait because the Egyptians will show zero tolerance to Palestinians in Egypt, zero. So he flees to Kuwait, a little more liberal, and they organize the first group of people, youngsters that speak about the Palestinian nation. They are Palestinians. They want the world to recognize them. They don't get recognition in the Arab countries, not for many years to come. But around the world, around them, they begin to get this recognition. That will be the beginning of the Palestinian national identity. And they have a big dilemma. The world is praising the Jewish state, so small, so powerful. How can we get the world's attention? Let me tell you how. If you're engaged in terror, you'll get the world's attention. It won't be through peaceful negotiations. It won't be writing articles to try to draw the world's attention. But if you hijack an airplane to Jordan and you blow it up to pieces after killing, evacuating the people, you get the world's attention. If you attack the Israeli Olympic team in Munich 1972 and murder them, you get the world's attention. So from the very beginning, the birth of a national movement had to be engaged in terror if you want the world's attention. That was their mindset, and they were right. I hate to admit, terror wins. Not always, but it does, unless you take some real measures to stop it. Look what happens around the world. Terror wins. Nations don't know how to respond to terror. It takes time. You know how you defeat terror? By becoming one. We don't want to be a terrorist entity. America doesn't want to. You don't understand the problem. How do you fight effectively against a group that respects absolutely nothing that you hold to be important? How do you do that? You become like them. But that's the end of democracy. So the whole Western world is struggling how to defeat terror. There's only one entity fighting terror, and quite well. Who would that be? Israel in Gaza, thank you, for the last 2 years, and not for the first time. The world gives us advisors. Well, show some leadership. Tell us what to do. All those bright politicians that want to tell us how to fight our wars. We know how to do that, just leave us alone. And we do that in behalf of the whole free world. All right? So people speak, but the only country that does something is the state of Israel. All the others are just talking, unfortunately. So Arafat will be the one that founded a group called Fatah. And then in 1964 in East Jerusalem, Jerusalem is a divided city. East Jerusalem is in Jordan. They found the head organization, the PLO, the Palestine Liberation Organization. They operate in Jordan. They don't operate in Egypt, but Jordan gives us a kind of custody. But watch us very carefully how loud you want to be and how radical you want to be, but they exist. So the Palestinians have now leadership. It wasn't elected. Nobody voted for them. It was appointed by the King of Jordan to represent the Palestinians in the Jordanian parliament, and later on as the people for itself. 1967, another turning point. Another war around the corner. We go from war to war, I'm sorry. And this one will be called the 67 War, the Six-Day War. June of 1967, President Nasser from Egypt is leading the Arab world. Quite a very kind of charismatic, good-looking young man. And his philosophy was, listen, ever since the First World War, Islam had failed us. We were Muslims, and we thought that as Muslims, we can win, but we lost. Let's focus on the Arab civilization more than we focus on Islam. Let's create a pan-Arab movement that will include all the Arabs, Muslims and Christians alike. There are Christian Arabs. And we'll focus on our civilization, on our nationality. Because Islam had failed us and we lost to the Christians, maybe under this new title, we'll win. and everybody joins in. Nasser will be the most prominent Arab leader, not Muslim, but Arab, to create a movement called Pan-Arabism. I'm sure that you don't know that, but Egypt and Syria were united to be one country, 3 years only, 1958 to 1961, part of the Pan-Arabism. Against who? Against Israel. As Muslims, we had failed. Let's try the other aspect, the secular one, the Arab one. And also, since Egypt was humiliated in 1948 as well, he says, listen, Israel is vulnerable. There is right here in the southern part of the Red Sea, all right, this is the Red Sea, that's a place that has 2 small islands in Egyptian hands, and that controls all the naval traffic that goes to the Israel southern port. If you stop the Israel ships trading with Israel, basically they're going to strangle the country because most of our economy is dependent back then, all right, in the trade with Africa and Asia. Let's officially close the Straits of Tiran, and that will be basically a proclamation of war. Same thing with the Suez Canal. 18% of the world trade goes through the canal today. By the way, no, because way down here, that's where the Houthis in Yemen are controlling the entrance to the Red Sea. And you started paying much more money for all your commodities because of that. Because cargo ships today have to sail around the whole continent of Africa, which takes many weeks more. The whole chain of supply around the world slow down because the Houthis are threatening the southern entrance. And the world is okay with that. Egypt is devastated because 50% of its revenue is taxes of ships using the canal. Not anymore, because the militia in Yemen is firing on everything that moves in this area. And the world tolerates it. And they're not fighting for Yemen. They are Muslims, and they are Shiites. Last night, half of my country had to go to the bomb shelters because the Houthis fired another ballistic missile from Yemen into Israel. Usually, it doesn't hit the ground, we intercept it, but it's always there. You do know that maybe you'll have to wake up and go to the bomb shelter, etc. It's daily life. Nobody should get used to that. Unfortunately, we're used to that, which is horrible. To even think that somebody had to get used to live in such conditions. Yemen, they're not Palestinians, they are Muslims. So I try to convince you, the issue is not Israeli-Palestinian. The issue is Jewish Muslim, Christian Muslim. You're in it as well. And you're the big Satan. We are the little one. If you listen to the way that they divide the world about the big Satan and the little Satan, so we are in a better position, so to speak. Sinai is occupied at this moment by United Nations peacekeeping forces, and Nasser is ordering them to leave the area. The Egyptian army enters Sinai, deploys right on our borders, and again, we are speaking of 1967, I was alive by then, many of you remember that maybe as first-handed in the news all around the world, and here we listen to those inflammable speeches of Arab leaders once again, and not around, we are going to destroy, we are going to kill, we are going to push into the ocean, the Jewish state, all the same rhetoric that we are so accustomed to from 1947, 48, same thing. Times of trouble in Israel, as you understand. I was only 10 years old at the time, still very vividly remember. All right, the tension in the country, people spoke about the destruction of the state of Israel. Only 20 years after the Holocaust, there will be another Holocaust. That was the way of thinking in Israel. Well, since we knew that they mean business, we did not wait for them to first move. We launched a preemptive airstrike, one of the most brilliant campaigns in military history ever. In 6 days, the Arab armies were devastated. Israel was able not just to protect itself. I love that. Israel has the right to protect itself. Thank you. A mouse has the right to protect himself, okay? Protecting ourselves. We also conquered a lot of land. And within 6 days of a campaign, here is the new state of Israel. 3 times bigger in size, conquering the Sinai from the Egyptians, the West Bank from Jordan, Golan Heights from Syria, a new state, a new chapter in our lives. I do want to show you a short video, which is, again, very touching. I don't need the volume. I'll tell you exactly what's being said. All right. Israeli paratroopers deployed on Mount of Olives. looking at Old Jerusalem in Judean hands, the Temple Mount, giving the order to charge the city and conquer Jerusalem coming from the east. You can have a little video just to, or audio if I may, just to hear some of the noises. Some of you remember Lion's Gate because you've been there. That was the main point to break through the old city from Lion's Gate. The 55th Airborne Brigade, paratroopers, reservists by the way, will meet on top of Temple Mount, says Colonel Motagur, the commander. That's Temple Mount. On top of Temple Mount, excitement was mounting, obviously. And the Western Wall, Jews could not reach because it was in the Jordanian part of town, so there was no access to that. The commentator says, I'm walking downstairs to the Western Wall. I was never a religious man, but to see the Western Wall is a dream of many generations. The Western Wall, June 7th, 1967, around 2 p.m. We have a chief army rabbi, so this is the chief army rabbi as well. An amazing victory. Jerusalem was reunited, and I can tell you, although they will not, that Israel's victory was the best thing that ever happened to the Palestinians. Back then at the time they did not know that, and even today they will not admit that, but please listen to me when I say that. Because we gave the Palestinians a chance to be a nation once again. We freed them from the oppression of their Jordanian brothers and Egyptian brothers in Gaza. Now the Palestinians that were taken captives by the brothers in 1948 live under Israel's, let's say, occupation. Israel is a democracy. You want to speak about your legitimate national rights? Go ahead, that's how the system works. We won't kill you for saying that. So 19 years after the Palestinian dream to have a state was crushed by the Arabs, now there's a chance. Because in Israel, we can speak about our national rights. We know the Jewish democracy. We know that they are fair, they are flexible. We need to bring up the issue. And maybe we'll have our state, something that the Arab brothers and sisters will never give us. So 1967 was a turning point that we missed. In Israel, the mindset simply did not understand that these people will try again to be a nation. They do have a national aspiration, and that's what they want to be. But 1967 was indeed a turning point. For the Palestinians, once again, they have a chance to be a nation. Few things followed the war, and as always, I have to skip some. Few days after the war was over, the 19th of June, Israeli Prime Minister Levi Eshkol makes a proposition from the Knesset, the parliament. Israel, he says, is willing to pull out from all the land that we conquered, from the Egyptians and the Jordanians and the Syrians, and give it back to these countries for peace. Never in the future, Israel will be so generous. By the way, Palestinians are not mentioned. We did not take any land from Palestinians. What we conquered from Jordan was indeed Palestinian, but was stolen by the Jordanians. We did not take it from Palestinians. It was taken from a sovereign country, the Jordanian. The answer was September 1st in Khartoum, Sudan. You see the answer. So even if you wanted to negotiate land for peace, and keep in mind that Palestinians are not even mentioned in that proposition. They don't exist, not in the Arab countries and not in Israel. It was speaking about nations who are going to pull out for peace. It was not even a starter. So what else can we offer except for committing suicide, which we're not going to do? That was a maximum. If that doesn't meet your minimum, what else can we talk about except the one thing that you want, an utter destruction of the Jewish state? That's not going to happen. The United Nations, as always, gets involved. They think they do the right thing, but not always. And they pass a resolution from November 67, and they speak about the rights of all the countries in the area. Is there a country called Palestine? No. So what countries are we talking about? It does speak about territories, not the territories, territories. Israel said, okay, we're going to pull out from some territories, but not from the territories. It doesn't say the territories. It's important. Every UN document It's published in 7 different languages. And you know, translations can be tricky. The French version says from the territories. The English one says from territories. And we said, hey, we'll go with the English one. The Arab one goes with the French one. You understand? It just said T-H-E. That makes all the difference in the world. The territories, everything you conquered in 1967 are the territories. It doesn't say that. It says territories. And keep in mind, the Palestinians are not mentioned there. Okay, we still speak about issue between countries. That's 1967. Nobody even mentions the term Palestine or Palestinians. And you thought that we have the issue for centuries upon centuries, not even back in 1967. Let's speak about the legal status of the land. I did mention earlier about this utia possidetis iure, but it doesn't really matter. When you speak about occupied territories, and that's the term the world embraced, occupied territories. Occupation has a very simple meaning. If a sovereign country is conquering land from another sovereign country, that would be occupied territories. We conquered the West Bank, I would say liberated, okay? Conquered it from the Jordanians. But it wasn't theirs to begin with. The West Bank was occupied by Jordan from the Palestinians that refused to take the UN resolution. Confused? Of course you are. Everybody is. So it's not really occupied territories. So how do we call it? Liberated territories? That would be the term I would use. This is the land of my ancestors. God promised this land to me. And I'm back after all these years because God keeps his promises to his people. And therefore, maybe the only way to describe it will be disputed territories. It's not very clear, all right? Can we live with that? Disputed territories? By the way, I checked, I did a study about it. Nobody called the territories occupied before 1967. It was occupied by Jordan, occupied by Egypt, by every legal terminology. Not even once they were called occupied territories. Since when they're called occupied? Since the Jewish state has them. That's the way in the UN, in the media, in the academia. It's amazing. It's a fact. Please go and check, all right? The term occupied territories, 1967, not prior to that. And since we conquered the West Bank, some Palestinians fled to Jordan, including Mr. Arafat that joined them from Kuwait. And they created almost like a state within a state. It was Palestinians going to the Palestinian country of Jordan. They became so strong and so arrogant that it led to a civil war in Jordan. The king of Jordan, Hussein, almost lost his kingdom. And we understand that he has to take action. With Israel's help, I have to say. He sent his army into the Palestinian camps, butchered about 20,000 of them in a brutal civil war. And the Palestinians had to leave Jordan, but you want to stay on the borders of Israel to carry on the struggle. They chose Lebanon to be the new destination. And Lebanon was basically a country which has a very weak central government, right on Israel's borders. Very easy to create another state within a state. That will be the new choice of the Palestinians. So since 1970, Black September will become a very militant terror group as well. They will carry out the attack on the Olympic Games in Munich. It's commemorating the disaster of the Palestinians, butchered by the Jordanian army, and had to go to Lebanon in order to start all over again. Well, again, I'm going to, you know what? Okay. Sometimes I hesitate to show that, but again, speaking about the contribution, all right, to the world, that's the contribution of our dear friends. Nobody else did it before. I keep telling people, listen, you are paying a fortune, we are paying a fortune to air travel, and security is absolutely crazy in places, and there was a reason why. All right, so millions of people around the world are basically making a living thanks to that. Airport security. We could have spent the money in a much better way, okay? And this is not propaganda, not being biased. These are facts, the contribution of Palestinian terrorism. Well, meanwhile, in South Lebanon, they are there. and they are the new headquarters of the Palestinians. Arafat, of course, is the leader. Many people joining from all around the world. Lebanon is not strong enough to stop them from acting, and that's what they plan. All the terror attacks around the world, including hijacking airplanes and the Olympic Games and buses that blow up in places. They have to get the world's attention. The world is praising Israel, a small country, victorious. How can we place our problem on the world's table? Only one way to do that, and that's by introducing international terror. And it works. It works to such an extent that Arafat is invited to address the United Nations General Assembly. The first time ever that the declared terrorists by some countries is officially invited by the UN to address the General Assembly. By the way, he carries the gun in a holster, and they refuse to let him in with a gun. He refuses to go in because he's positive that he's going to be assassinated by Arab leaders in the hall. And they have to negotiate about special security for Mr. Arafat to address the UN in the General Assembly. And what was the message like? Kill the Jews, the land is ours. And the world, as it will happen today and tomorrow, the United Nations is in session, leaders are coming, and I bet you that will be the message, and the whole hall will stand up and will clap. All right? You hear some frustration in my voice once again because it happened in the past, it will happen again. So this will be now the new PLO territory, will be right here on Israel's borders. As they took possession of it, Lebanon could not really stop them. The terror attack started immediately. We speak about Katyusha rockets fired into Israeli communities. We speak about crossing the border, hijacking buses of children with them. We speak about hundreds of Israelis being murdered, right, by daily infiltration of Palestinian terrorists from Lebanon into Israel until we had to somehow retaliate, and we did. So just a list of those places. And meanwhile, it became to be an international venture. Some of you remember names like the IRA, the Red Japanese Army, the Baader-Meinhof Brigades, the Red Italian Brigades. Rings a bell, maybe? We speak about the main terror groups of the 70s. The PLO is one of them, and all of them get together. There was one enemy. In a big name, the West. More focused, Israel. We had an attack in our airport in Ben Gurion. There was no security in the 70s. There was no need for security. A Japanese terrorist, Kozo Okamoto, Red Japanese Army hired by the PLO, landed at the airport. Nobody checked him getting on the plane. There was no need. Opened the briefcase, takes out an AK-47, sprays the terminal with fire, killing. That's how it started. Wasn't that long ago, remember? Wasn't that long? Most of you are alive in this area. How short is our memory? We just pretend that we don't remember. That's how it started. And then Mr. Arafat is in the United Nations. Another shameful moment, if you ask me, for the UN, because a year later, the United Nations made a proclamation. Zionism equals racism. And the whole house was, until about 20 years ago, they canceled that. But for 30 years, that was official doctrine. That Zionism, it simply speaks about the right of the Jews to have an independent state, equals racism, and so forth and so forth. So the PLO is in Lebanon, and for a few years, in 1982, after the Israeli ambassador in London was not assassinated, was an assassination attempt, he survived, and the operation came from Lebanon, we moved in. We moved in this time to destroy the infrastructure of the PLO. Mission was accomplished after a few months. We called it the First Lebanese War, and that was quite a big success that was followed by a political failure. Israel is experts in winning in the battlefield and then mess everything up politically. Happens over and over again. Our politicians are not that great, as you understand. But the bottom line was that we want to throw out the PLO from Lebanon, and after besieging Beirut, the big moment arrived, and Mr. Arafat was exiled to Tunisia. Let me show you this one. Nope. Nothing happened? How come?
If this was a sad day for Yasser Arafat, he wasn't going to let it show. Before he went to say his farewells to his most valued friends, and the people of West Beirut came to say goodbye to him. The first call was on Walid Jumblat, the leader of the left-wing Muslims in Beirut who've supported him since he brought the PLO headquarters to the city in 1970. Mr. Arafat declared that the siege of Beirut had brought about a new dawn on the Arab scene and a united resistance against the Israelis. There was another enthusiastic reception at the office of the Lebanese Prime Minister, Shafiq al-Wazan, who played a key part in the ceasefire and evacuation negotiations. At the port, the PLO had prepared a guard of honor and short ceremony to see their chairman off. Some more.
How about now? Yes. Well, the PLO is no longer in South Lebanon. The place will be taken by Hezbollah, another name that you may know. And that was after the revolution in Iran, and the Iranians looking to export the revolution. And Lebanon has a lot of Shiites, and Iran is Shiite. So today we have other neighbors on the northern border. By the way, they really were severely hit, all right, by us about a year ago. Some of you follow the news, you do know that not much was left of Beirut and the leadership of Hezbollah. There's never a dull moment, and there's no vacuum. Once you get rid of one, somebody else will take the place, unless you're vigilant, you're prepared, and you know what to do, and we keep failing time after time. Meanwhile, in the territories, since the Palestinian leadership is introducing a lot of terror against Israel, the locals in the territories also want their voice to be heard, and it's very easy. Many of the Palestinians come to work in Israel. Israel issues 120,000 working permits to Palestinians to come and work in Israel. In the Palestinian territories, even today, unemployment more than 60%. And these people come to make Israeli money. That's worth 10 times more than the Palestinian areas. All right, so the two societies are kind of interwoven. They come to work, Israelis go to Gaza to buy groceries or just to see the place. Open borders, it looked like it's okay, but when the Palestinians are so active outside the borders, the local Palestinians have also to show their presence. There was a lot of pressure. We are working outside the borders, you should work inside the border. We have to have the pressure coming from both directions. The first intifada breaks out. Intifada means basically uprising. And when you see those useful idiots marching with globalize the intifada, that's world anarchy. By the way, that's what they are supporting. I'm not sure that they even understand that. So now we have to deal with an issue among the local Arabs. 1967 to 1987, things were relatively quiet. It wasn't totally quiet. We had acts of terror. Israel responded sometimes aggressively. But it was not a national movement over there that goes to war against Israel. It was like crime rate in a certain area. We don't have to be too alert. We deal with it. It will be okay. And we made a mistake. We failed to understand there is a popular national resistance that we need to pay attention to and maybe address it as more than just few individuals who are upset with Israel's occupation. 87, first intifada was the wake-up call. So we understand now that we have to deal with an issue, which is not just local gangs and militias. We need to think about those people as people and try to find a solution if possible. So the first intifada was some kind of a wake-up call. Meanwhile, a few things happened. In 1979, Israel and Egypt are making peace. And when the Egyptians are willing to go into the Sinai that we are evacuating, we made them an offer. Take Gaza with you. It was yours until 1967. We are putting out from Sinai, give it back to you, Egypt. Take Gaza with you. The president of Egypt very cleverly said, oh no, we don't want Gaza back. Gaza is a hornet's nest. You stick with Gaza. We are not taking Gaza back. So Egypt is out, Israel is out of the area, and Gaza remains like an enclave that Egypt doesn't want to take with them. Very clever, by the way. In 1988, Hussein, the king of Jordan, said the West Bank was never really mine. Anybody can have it. Now there is some clarity. What is the land that we can negotiate about? Who will have that land? And who are the people that live on that land? And only then, for the first time, people speak about Palestinians, about a nation, maybe a Palestinian state. In the land that was offered to them in 1947 was taken by the Egyptians and the Jordanians, that now they relinquish any demands, anybody can have it, it will be a breakthrough. Because now at least we are clear about what is the land that may become a Palestinian state, and who are the people who live there. Well, let's see. It was a room for negotiation. Meanwhile, in 1987, the Muslim Brotherhood is opening a branch in Gaza. It will be called Hamas. Hamas, by definition, is part of the Muslim Brotherhood. I will encourage you to read the book of the founder. All right, his name was Muhammad al-Banna, 1932. It's Hitler's Mein Kampf in Arabic. The same ideas, all right? Muslim Brotherhood. He doesn't speak about the state of Israel. There is no state of Israel in 1932. He speaks about global jihad to massacre the Jews wherever you find them. That's the Muslim Brotherhood. So now, since you live in Israel and you have the right to found an organization, as long as it's not proven to be a terror one, they are successful. They operate, the work Israel is watching, but there's no reason yet to try to somehow fight them, because what they do is education. Very cleverly, by the way. They go into every mosque, into schools. They are building schools, attracting the kids to go to them, to be brainwashed by Hamas's ideology. That's what we see in Gaza. That's how it started. So Hamas is not a key player yet, but is there. And listen to the ambitions of Hamas. If you thought that this is just a local problem and a local issue. All right? That's Hamas. When they speak about Rome, they speak about Catholicism. They speak about the Christian world. They speak about the papacy, all right? So that would be their dream. And this is not just by a nobody. We speak about the Muslim Authority. That's what Hamas wants to accomplish. You read the charter of Hamas. Very seldom it mentions Palestinians. It speaks about Muslims and world jihad. The PLO does speak about Palestinians, not Hamas. Hamas speaks about the world jihad, and geographically, we are the first target to take out. So we are the first one that they can collide with. That will be a new player in the neighborhood, so to speak. Ahmed Yassin was the founder of the movement with Israel's help. I know it sounds amazing, all right? It presented itself as a group that will dedicate itself to social issues and education. Why not? So we totally were fooled by what is the real objective of Hamas. We had a wake-up call. All right, and not just 2023, long before that. So just so that you would know who are the people that we are talking about, that will be Hamas. That's their ambition. We'll meet them in the next session that will be dedicated to the war in Gaza in some more details. All right, so that will be our friendly neighbor on the other side of the fence. And since now we have some clarity about the land and about the people, Israel had elections in 1992. Yitzhak Rabin was elected as prime minister, and some secret talks start in the Norwegian capital, Oslo. Israeli representatives meet with Palestinian representatives, and they start questioning the possibility of some kind of an agreement. An autonomy for the Palestinians. Nobody speaks about a state. All right, that was the beginning of it. And it surfaced when the discussions and the talks moved to Washington, D.C. Clinton is the president. It produced an agreement. It was called the Declaration of Principles, and it says very clearly, Israel recognizes the PLO as the leaders of the Palestinians. By the way, they were never elected. The PLO was never elected by anybody. Israel recognized their leadership, basically. The PLO recognized the state of Israel, but not as a Jewish state. That will never happen, by the way. I'm telling you, they want us to recognize the future Palestine as a Palestinian state. They will never, ever recognize Israel as a Jewish state. They can't. It's just another state. It has Jews in it, and Arabs and Buddhists. An Arab leader, a Muslim leader, we made peace with Egypt. Egypt did not recognize Israel as a homeland for the Jewish people, as the state of Israel, without a word about its Jewish nature. Mahmoud Abbas, the head of the Palestinian Autonomy, said many times, in a future Palestine, Jews will not be permitted to live. Just a minute now. In our country, close to 2 million of your people live. Equal citizen, what do you mean? Isn't that the most racist comment you ever made? The world was okay with it. By the way, by law, there are only 2 countries in the world that a Jew cannot hold citizenship. Just 2. Jordan and Saudi Arabia. That's it. What's so special about them? Oh, that's the very heart of Islam. That's where Islam was forged. Mecca, Medina. You cannot be a citizen of Jordan, Saudi Arabia, and be Jewish. Isn't that racist, to say the least? But who cares? Who cares? So now we have some negotiations. And after everything was cleared, the leaders are exchanging letters, and Yitzhak Rabin sends a letter to receive from Yasser Arafat that the PLO recognizes Israel's right to exist, etc. And Mr. Rabin also answers with a letter, not that important. But after they cleared the road for some negotiations and agreement, they had to address the people. There was a lot of resistance to that agreement in Israel as well. To be honest with you, most Israelis did not like to see those negotiations back in the day. We don't give up, it's our country, etc. Same from the other side. So the nations were addressed by the leaders. That was Rabin's message. All right? A man that I have to say, of much integrity, good prime minister, although it's debatable, not everybody liked him, but that will be the message. When Arafat addressed his people, that was the message. Now the thing is that everything was published, everything is in the language that we can understand, but you always think, well, it doesn't really mean that. He has an opposition and he has to talk to them as well. We are partners, we just shook hands, it will have to work. It looked like a dawn of a new era. The state of Israel and the Palestinians finally got some sense in the brains. They are going to work a peace plan because it's good for everybody, right? Wrong. I have to say, and this will be the little part of my whole presentation, will be a little bias. We came to this agreement with clean hands and pure hearts. We meant what we signed, not the Palestinians. So the minute we started implementing the whole agreement, instead of peace from the other side, we got more terror. But now we said, we are partners. It's just the beginning of it. People understand the benefits. It has to work. It wasn't the plan. It wasn't the plan for the Palestinian side. They call it the salami system. We'll take whatever we can get. We're not going to recognize. We're going to accomplish our goal. No Jewish state. And this is before the Muslim agenda kicked in. It's still the national one and not the religious one. But back then, I'm telling you, everybody, well, in my country, was quite an optimist. So this has to work. Question is why the two people went to this agreement from the Israeli side. Once again, we thought that maybe the time had come to try to check and see if there is a way to live peacefully with the Palestinians. They had their own interests after the Soviet Union collapsed. They lost the big founder and the big supporter. The Israeli-Egyptian peace accord was also quite a blow in the faces because Egypt was leading the Arab world. And suddenly, Egypt is making peace with Israel. What does it leave us? They forgot about us, they betrayed us. So the two people had a reason to try to find an agreement, and these were the reasons. Well, the Oslo Accords are very clear, very simple. We speak about land for peace. The Palestinians will have an autonomy, not a state, all right? And they only have to prove to us they mean business by fighting their own terror militia. Collect the illegal weapons from your people, start the instigation in the media. We're going to give it 5 years. We'll stop the violence. After 5 years, we have the experience, we'll sit down to the table, we'll bring it to the final conclusion. Don't even try to understand the map that you see in front of you, but that was the plan. We'll take it a step at a time. We're going to clear some areas and give it to the Palestinians. We'll start with Jericho. And then we'll pull out from the area of Jenin. And then Tulkarem, Nablus, all this will be given to the Palestinian small enclaves. And then we'll wait and see, how do you handle it? We wait and see that you can control your own territory. We'll see how you prepare your education. What are the messages in the curriculum? We want to see the textbooks. What are you educating the future generation? We want to listen to the imam in the mosque. What's the message? If it's go and butcher the Jews, we'll stop the whole thing. That's how it started. And Israel, in good faith, I have to say once again, pulled out from Jericho and pulled out from all this area, and we wanted to see what will be the response. Who wants to guess what we got in return? More terror and more shootings and more bombs, because now they had places like safe havens to go to that we were not supposed to pursue them because we respected the sovereignty. A bomb blasted in the university in Jerusalem, right here. By the time we cleared the whole issue and the whole debris over there, the two that did it went back to Jericho, found shelter here, and we said to Mr. Arafat, listen man, you're a partner. We know where these people live. Here's the address. You go and arrest them, make a commitment. The answer was, well, I don't want to start a civil war. This is not going to work. I'm not strong enough. I need some help. You know what we did? We helped them. We gave them more weapons because we made a deal. And partners supposed to keep the deal. How did they use the weapons? To fire at us. But back then we thought it still can work. It will take some time. It takes time for such a radical move to start working. We'll give it a few more months. And if that's a few more years. It wasn't working because it wasn't the plan to begin with. So we made peace with someone that had no plan whatsoever to keep that. It took us a while to understand. This is not working. A few years later, let me show you. When they started, when the Palestinians got their authority officially, 1st of July 1994, Arafat came from Egypt to the territories, and he was supposed to start his reign, etc. And that was the welcome party in Gaza for Arafat. As I said, for a few years it simply was not working until we said, well, enough is enough. Let's re-examine everything and see what can be done. I do want to run this one through because the clock is ticking. There's always the clock that's ticking. All right? And bring it not even to this one. We just don't have the time. I'm sorry. 2000, a new Prime Minister of Israel, Ehud Barak, initiating another peace talks. Barak says to Arafat in the White House, we only live 5 minutes away from one another. We want to talk, we go to America. That's how it works. So listen, I do understand, says Barak, and he was not very popular because most Israelis did not like the idea, but it was a majority. For that in the Knesset, definitely. We understand that this is not working. Here's our offer. 93% of Judea, Samaria, Gaza will be a future Palestinian state. We'll keep 7% from the West Bank. We'll compensate you with 7% from the Israeli side. You've got what we think you want. Hallelujah. And it did not even occur to us that what Arafat wants is not a Palestinian state, but the destruction of the Jewish state. This wasn't even a starter for them. Our maximum did not meet his minimum. And that was a wake-up call for us. We thought we are so generous, this could not be turned down. We can't offer more than that. That's a maximum. He did not even present a counter-offer. Left the room, went back to Ramallah, the capital in the West Bank, and next, the second Intifada started, another wave of riots, etc. I do want to stop here because the next and last session I do want to dedicate to the war in Gaza. And the way, actually, I just kind of glued together a few things, and the transition is not very smooth, so I'm apologizing already. It's going to be a session about Gaza. We won't speak about the West Bank, and some of the information you heard from me already. So I hope that you don't mind to hear some of it more than once, because I doubt how much you can remember anyhow, how much our brain can retain, so I hope that you don't mind. And that will be dedicated to the war in Gaza. And we'll speak about the hostages, etc. And the very last thing that I'd like to do, at the end of the next session, is to play a song that was filmed in the theater in Caesarea, that many of you know. The families of the hostages and 1,000 Israeli musicians got together to sing a song, a very famous Hebrew one, basically says, bring them home. And this will be the slogan that you'll find in Israel today. More than any other thing, we want them back home. So we'll do that in a few minutes. If you wish to be back in about 10 minutes, we'll bring the whole seminar to conclusion. We'll be more focused about what happens in Gaza recently. Thank you. So let's meet back here at 10 past. Good enough? Gesundheit. I was only 17, I was a year younger. Yeah.
Syria we hear so much about. The Druze, and then there's the Kurds, and then there's work together. And when they drew the lines, we forgot about it. They didn't know about all this. That was because it was European. Christian had no idea of it.
I'm Deborah.
come on and join us for the grand finale. When I'm doing this, you always try to figure out, if possible, how much they really get it. When you just don't know, you just pour in all the information, and different people have a different capability to retain information, process it. So it's always a mystery to me how much of what I'm sharing really makes sense to people, because as people tell me, it's like drinking from a fire hose. I do understand that. And if you divide it to more than one session as we did here, so there's some time to process and to begin to understand maybe. But I fully understand the challenge. It's not easy to retain all that information. And the message is becoming less and less pleasant as well, coming closer to our days. And therefore you speak about the war in Gaza. It really shows you an aspect of that conflict that we did not have so far. I was sharing with groups that I have the privilege to guide in Israel on buses for many years, telling them to listen. The fact that the world is looking at the Palestinians and Hamas as more civilized than ISIS, for example, is because Hamas never had a chance to show us how brutal they are. Well, they had a chance. The chance was given October 7, 2023, and they can give ISIS lessons how to be brutal. So if there was a question about are they really the same as ISIS as bad, the answer is yes. They come from the same school of thought, they come from the same MO, they come from the same theology, the same indoctrination. If anybody had some hesitations about what is the true nature of Hamas, well, I think that question was answered. And also, many people think that, well, we have to make a distinction between Hamas and the Palestinians, because not all of the Palestinians are Hamas. I'll be quick to admit that may be the case. But the world did not go to war against the Nazi party. The war was against Nazi Germany. Am I right? The war was not against the Taliban, it was against Afghanistan. The war was not against the Bushido Code in Japan, but against the Japanese Empire. So to make that distinction, I'm not sure that this is the right thing to do. Because unlike ISIS that conquered the big area in Syria and Iraq, and force themselves on the locals, Hamas is a product of Gaza. Hamas did not conquer Gaza. Hamas is Gaza. So try to go to war against Hamas and not against Gaza. How do you do that? Because even today, every poll being taken among the Palestinians, the vast majority supports Hamas. Today, not 2 years ago. And many will say that October 7th will happen again and again and again. So what are the options that we have? Because let me tell you what, and this is not an easy statement, I'll make it. If you come into my house and you murder my wife and you rape my daughter and you take my parents as hostages into Gaza, I'm coming after you. And I will take you out and your family and everybody that you're hiding behind, I will destroy you. Is there something morally wrong in that statement? I hope not. But that's where we're at. Especially when they keep telling, we'll do it again. We will not stop until the Jewish state is destroyed. So you do understand that negotiations are not an option. To try to find a reasonable solution is not really an option. And even today, when many countries around the world will recognize the Palestinian state, they make it conditional. First, get rid of Hamas. Well, hallelujah, how are we going to do that? Have some advisors for us? The president of Germany says, well, Hamas should cease to exist. But we're going to recognize the Palestinian state. Who is going to look for Hamas cessation to exist? Who's going to do that? If not Israel. So you do understand that kind of ambiguity, even in those political statements, we don't understand. You want to see the end of Hamas? Who is going to carry out this vision? And how can you do that without going after Gaza? Because Hamas is Gaza, and Gaza is Hamas. And I'm saying that in advance because many people try to make the distinction. Not all the Palestinians are Hamas. So, they voted for Hamas. Hamas had the majority among the Palestinians in the one election they did. They knew what was the platform. And you should see social media all around the Arab world. October 7, 2023, a day of victory. Keep murdering, keep killing, keep butchering. Now they're whining because now they're on the receiving end of it. But we have a reminder constantly, because we show it in Israeli TV, we will not forget. What happened in Israel in October 7, 2023, we will not forget forever, and it will not happen again. And therefore, the final message that you hear from is not a pleasant one, not easier for me to share, not easy for you to understand. But you need to understand, and I'm speaking behalf, not my personal opinion. I'll try to share with you, let's say, mainstream Israeli views, all right? Always some nuances, and not everybody thinks the same, but the message is very much the same. The most painful issue, of course, will be the hostages. We have, as we speak, 48 Israeli hostages for more than 700 days. Who would have thought? 780 days. Kept by Hamas in the tunnels in Gaza. 20 are confirmed alive, as we know, starving to death. There was no starvation in Gaza, except for the Israeli hostages. They are starving, and Hamas is releasing footage every now and then. You've seen that, almost positive. We want them back home. The war ends when Hamas ends. The war ends when these people are back home. Alive or dead, doesn't matter. Israel is a small country. We all know people that were murdered in the music festival, people that were killed ever since in Gaza, people who were held hostages. It's a family. We take it very personally. It's affecting everybody's life. And that's why it's hard not to be emotional for me when you speak about something that happens in Gaza for the last 2 years or so. Let's start with the Gaza Strip. And as I said, I'm going to repeat some things that you heard from me already. I hope that you don't mind. The Gaza Strip is basically a piece of property, as you understand, that was created by the Egyptians to try to stop those refugees to go deeper into Egypt. They stopped them here. That became to be this enclave. And this is an area which is very small in territory and quite crowded when it comes to the population. One of the most crowded places in the world. About 2.2 million people, by the way. The Palestinians never took an official census in the territories, never ever. So you can decide what are the numbers without even proving anything. Because bigger number, more money to UNRWA, more money for corruption. Nobody checks, nobody cares, and all the information is given to you by Hamas. You want to trust their information? Be my guest. Right now the population, 2.2 million. 75% are refugees. People that ended somehow in this area because the Egyptians won't let them go back home, basically, after the war of 1948 came to an end. Some data, you see the length of it and the width of it and the population. From 2007, Hamas is in control of the Gaza area. By the way, to get control, there was a brutal short civil war against the PLO. Hamas won the battle. One way to do that is to take the PLO enemies or whatever counterparts to rooftops in Gaza City and throw them down to the death. And you saw those on TV. That was a source of pride. All right, that's how we deal with our enemies. Many Palestinians today are in wheelchairs because they got a bullet in the kneecap to make sure that they never be active in a war against Hamas. These were the PLO, the enemy, etc. So that will be the nature of this place. Some other figures. When the place was under Egypt, they couldn't care less about the well-being of the locals. That was the lifespan. Ever since it's in Israeli hands, you see that life is getting much better. There were no clinics in Gaza, no hospitals in Gaza. There are 35 hospitals today. Most of them were built in Israel today, by Israel. Education is, of course, much better. You do see the information over there. That's United Nations, not Israeli documents. So when Gaza was in the hands of the Egyptians, nobody cared about what happens in Gaza. Since 1967, things are, as you understand, getting better and better. Even now, during the war, we vaccinated the Gazans from polio. As the war was going on, Israel sent in vaccines as part of the humanitarian aid to vaccinate the population from polio. Started a pandemic over there. So when they speak about Israel committing genocide against the Gazans, This is the third largest population growth in the world. The population in Gaza is growing more than most places on the planet. If you do want to commit genocide, we do a lousy job. Won't you agree? So anyhow, you do see the data over there, and as I said, ever since Israel controlled Gaza, life was much better than it was in the hands of the Egyptians. So just some ideas to understand what is Gaza like. You do see the level of education over there, unemployment, etc. Gaza in Israeli hands maybe was not free from political oppression, quote unquote, and was occupied, but life was much better for the Gazans than it was under Egypt, and much better than it is now under Hamas. Freedom fighters who kill their own people. How exactly you are fighting for somebody's freedom when the first enemy is their own people? That's Hamas, that's the spirit. Let's go to the time scale over there. We start with we'll start with this one, 1949. We spoke about the partition of the land. We spoke about the United Nations. Same pictures are used in the presentation as well. The land was divided into two. You saw this map as well, the partition plan. That would be the Gaza Strip area. All that was allocated for the Palestinian land. This place was conquered by Israel, and this one, leaving this enclave over there, when the war was over, that's what was left in the Gaza Strip. And that will be the Gaza area. And let me show you this one as well. That's how the place looks like, or looked like back at the days. So in 1967, Israel is conquering Gaza from the Egyptians, and that starts a new phase in Gaza's history, just different setting, all right, of what you see here, but we covered almost everything in the presentation so far. 1967, when Israel is taking Gaza, few things that happen. Israel is building communities of settlements in the Gaza Strip. You heard the term settlements, which is a term that people are using. We call them just communities to try to populate the place with Israelis. There was a real intent to include Gaza in Israel's territory. Some of the parties that were in power thought that Gaza should be officially part of the state of Israel. Today it's not that common, but even today we have two cabinet ministers that are convinced that the population in Gaza has to be killed. Israel should build communities over there and officially annex Gaza. It's part of our government's today policy. Very few people will follow that. But they make the biggest noise, and the impression is that everybody in Israel thinks like these two cabinet ministers, which are not representing more than 2% of the population. That's it. But they make the coalition, and it's a democracy. You can speak up your views, etc. That's what makes most of the attention. And the world presents it, BBC, CNN, that this is Israel's diplomacy, Israel's policy, to kill all the Gazans, to level the area, and to build Jewish communities. This is not the case, all right? But that's how it's been presented in other places as well. We spoke about the Six-Day War, and then we made peace with the Egyptians, and Israel was asking Egypt to take Gaza with it, as I mentioned to you, and the Egyptians refused to take Gaza back, and only then it opened the road for negotiations, and after signing the agreement with the Palestinians, in the 1st of July 1994, Arafat is coming to Gaza, a new story, a new episode. For the first time ever, Gaza is Palestinian. Until then, it was Egyptian. Until then, it was in Israeli hands. Now Gaza is Palestinian. And Israel is pulling out from most of Gaza when Arafat is taking over. Gaza City, for example, will be now in Palestinian hands. This will be another enclave. We still kept some of our communities, but the plan was that the more the Palestinians prove themselves to be capable of running their own semi-independent state, then Israel will give up more land and will pull out until we'll be completing the whole process, and the Gaza Strip will be exclusively Palestinian. The problem was that Gaza became to be a hub of terrorism. From Gaza City, the first rocket was fired into the town of Sderot on April 16, 2001. And we said, just a minute now, we are partners. We just made a deal, and we expect you to keep your word and your commitment. And then we understood that it was never really the plan. The plan was to destroy Israel. If you've been to the town of Sderot, and why would you, in Israel, it's very close to the Gaza Strip. And when kids go to school, and it's a small town, so parents don't drive their kids. Kids go to school, okay? And I say that because when I have the privilege to guide American groups in Israel and in the old city of Jerusalem, and the American parents see kids going back home from school, not being escorted by adults and no parents around. Kids just go on their own back to school. They're freaking out. Isn't that dangerous? Who is watching them? There's no need to watch them. Israel is a safe place. I know that you will smile when I say that. When kids go to school, they go to school. We don't have missing children. We never did. So we do have our problems. But the state is a very safe place. So kids go to school. And you go to school at 7:45 a.m. Where do you think you fired the rockets from Gaza into the town of Sderot? 7:45 a.m. And you should see those kids running to the bomb shelter for their lives. And in the town of Sderot, just an example, because many towns in Israel, every 50 yards, there is a small bunker, right? Looks like a bus stop. And the kids know, you have 8 seconds to go to the next shelter. If you don't make it, just lay flat on the ground and pray. That became just a normality, just an everyday matter. Who should live in such conditions? And we still were negotiating with the Palestinians, thinking that maybe that's just a phase, it's going to change. It doesn't make sense. So leaving Gaza was not really a clever thing to do. It was part of the agreement. But instead of working together for peace, we got much more terror as well. In 2001 it started, and in 2005 an Israeli prime minister, a very hardliner by the name of Ariel Sharon, said, listen, let's do the following. The world wants us to appease the Palestinians just a little more. If you give them a little more land, they will be content. Let's put it to a test. We're going to pull out from Gaza. We're going to pull out all of our sources from Gaza. Not a single Israeli will be in the Gaza Strip. We'll give it over to the Palestinians. Two-state solution, there you have it. There will be Gaza states, all right? And we'll see what will happen. In 2005, and that was with a lot of resentment, resistance, there was a lot of unrest in Israel when he brought up the plan. But as a democracy, you have to have a majority in the House. People protested against it, but basically the plan made a lot of sense. Because we have to prove to the world what is the real intention of the Palestinians. We just have the world to see, all right, who is wanting peace and who is not, and if we'll pull out from Gaza, and the whole world will see that the Palestinians having Gaza are carrying on terror and violence, that will convince the world, all right, that the Palestinians are the problem and the enemy and not Israel. It makes sense, huh? Well, it's not about making sense. That was the decision. 2005, we pulled out from Gaza 8,000 Israelis who lived in 21 communities, and this was a heartbreaking situation. The government that sent them to settle in the area was the one to evacuate them, and that did not end without some violence as well. And I'm saying that because the whole world is in the opinion that the settlements are the obstacle for peace. No, when Israel has peace, we know how to destroy our own settlements. We know how to evacuate our own people. We know how to clear the graveyards so the tombs will not be desecrated by the Palestinians, because we did it before. Pulled out from Sinai to give to the Egyptians, we destroyed everything, including human lives of Israelis, to give it to the Egyptians for peace. If you know for peace, it's a good price to pay. In the case of Gaza, we did that not knowing what would be the outcome. But he wanted to prove to the world that we are not the problem. Here is Gaza. Have it, rule it, leave us alone. So 2005, we pulled out from the Gaza Strip, and guess what happened? Guess what we received right away? It wasn't peace, surprise, surprise. It was much more terror, because now there were no Israeli troops in the Gaza Strip to try even to fight those cells of terrorists. The Palestinians had the chance to build now a terror state. 2006, elections. It was Miss Condoleezza Rice that insisted that the Palestinians can live in a democracy, the way to show that it's free elections, and let's see what will the people decide. Israel said, Ms. Rice, you don't have a clue, with all due respect. We know our neighbors. If you go to free elections, Hamas will win the elections. And she said, I'm not criticizing. This was the American mindset, nevertheless. We need to prove to the world that Arabs can live in democracy. People have the right to decide who they want to govern them. I will say amen to that. Because keep in mind, until then, the PLO were not elected, appointed by us. We gave them the power to represent the Palestinians when we started negotiations in the Oslo Accords. There were never elections in the Palestinian side, except for once. 2006, the whole world came to watch and monitor that the process is legit, and there's no corruption, and there are inspectors in every single poll booth, etc. Guess who won the election? Hamas, big time. 75% of the people had spoken for Hamas. Now, Hamas has a charter, and they read the charter. Let me ask you this. Would you vote for a party to lead you for the next forever, because there are no elections anymore, and this party offers hatred, ignorance, everlasting fanaticism, oppression of women, of children, live by Sharia law? Will you vote for such a party? I don't think so. Not in the West, not in America. So what kind of people you have to have, what kind of mindset to vote for a party that's what they offer? If you vote for somebody that wants you to live by Sharia law, that's what you're voting for. Now, we don't get it. But for the Muslim mindset, it makes sense. I'm not even being critical. It's a misunderstanding. I cannot understand the way that they think. To my view and to yours, it makes sense, doesn't make sense to me to vote for somebody that's what they promise. Everything against what I believe in. But the people had spoken. Hamas won the elections. And since the PLO refused to surrender their power, it was a civil war. And the civil war was quite a short but a brutal one. And now we have the Palestinians divided to two different entities, which are at war against each other. The PLO controls the West Bank with our help. If Israel is not supporting the PLO, Hamas would have won the PLO a long time ago. They will never have elections once again because Hamas will win if they have elections. So the PLO is controlling Judea and Samaria, and Hamas is controlling Gaza. And that's the case until this very day, and they are not in good terms. We speak about bitter enemies. So the question is, who represents the Palestinians? Let's say that Israel wants to negotiate with the Palestinians to find a solution. Who represents the Palestinians? Is it the PLO in the West Bank, which are more moderate but lost the elections? Or Hamas, that doesn't negotiate, they speak about our destruction and death? Who represents the Palestinians? Basically nobody. Now that situation was serving Israel quite well, I have to say. The idea of divide and conquer, that was the idea. As long as the Palestinians are divided, Israel can always say, we want to reach peace, but give us a reliable partner. Who are we going to talk to? If we're going to talk to Mahmoud Abbas from the PLO, he cannot deliver. If we talk to Hamas, they don't want to talk, they want to kill us. So who represents the Palestinians? As long as you don't have somebody, what do you want from us? We are willing. We want to end this peacefully. Tell us who is our partner. And since there is no partner, Israel was not under pressure. And it makes sense. You cannot negotiate about a three-state solution, one in Gaza, with the two Palestinian states, and the Jewish state. So who represents the Palestinians? And the answer is nobody. So that situation was serving Israel quite well, and that was the Israeli policy. We want to make sure that they are not reunited, because if they do, then we will come under pressure to negotiate with one leadership. A very cynical policy, I'll be quick to admit, but it served us well. So we had an interest to keep them divided, but even without our interest, that's a given. That's how the Palestinians are divided today. So now we have Gaza in the hands of Hamas, and that changes everything. Because every day rockets are fired, They tried to cross the border fences and the line and to try to kill people in our territory. That became to be a new situation. Our retaliation was usually quite minor, but every now and then, when things escalated, you need to retaliate in a more brutal way. It became to be a daily routine. Let's have a word about Hamas, all right? We spoke about the idea behind Hamas, and we spoke about the motivation. Let's speak a little bit about the philosophy and ideology. For Hamas, all of Gaza is the front line. All the resources are recruited, including civilians. Keep in mind UNRWA, the refugee organization. Their facilities are Hamas facilities. When Israel is going into hospitals, we have a reason to, because the hospitals are Hamas bases, as it was proven so many times. You have a basement under the Shifa hospital, filled with AK-47s, filled with ammunition. The hospital has no immunity. You are a terror base. Same with the mosques and same with the schools. Hamas is recruiting everybody. They don't even wear a uniform when they fight. So how can you tell, is it an innocent civilian or maybe a terrorist? It's a violation of the Geneva Convention, all of it. So how can you distinguish civilians from combatants, murderers from innocent people, and who is exactly innocent? You don't understand the problem here. It's very hard to know after whom you're going to go. Because you can walk the streets in civilian clothing and you're an innocent civilian. You go into the house that you were sent to and there's a whole bunker waiting for you and you start firing from the windows. Are you a terrorist, yes or no? You understand our dilemma, huh? Who can tell? So this is just part of the frustration that we have. I showed you this quote. Let me just show you some of the articles of Hamas's charter. All right, Article 13. Once you understand the motivation, you understand who are these people, you also understand that there's no room for any negotiations, there's no room for any kind of peaceful ending to this. You don't understand the problem. We speak about an everlasting war, and you tell me what country is willing to live in such a situation. Who will live with a neighbor that every given second can break through the fence because our communities are 50 yards away from the fence? We are cultivating the land all the way down to the line of minefields. We have to have enough depth to stop somebody from coming in, and these people live right on the fence. We don't have a killing zone, a killing area. It's too much of a danger and a risk to take. But that's where we are right now. Read Article 28. Okay, these are the neighbors and these are the people that we have to deal with, and make no mistakes. You are in the same condition here in America as well. This ideology is not Middle Eastern. It's global and it reaches everywhere. You go to European cities. Europe officially committing suicide. Go to Belgium and see the city of Brussels. Go to Malmö in Sweden. Go to London. Go to Paris. All right? It's not just immigration. I made a new term that maybe they will use in universities. I'm sorry about that. But I think you can call it religious colonialism. Okay? This term was never used before. Religious colonialism, how about that? Because when these immigrants go to Europe, they don't go to be integrated into the European society. They go to bring their culture with them, to destroy the local society. Don't listen to me, listen to them. They say it loud and clear. So you can destroy a big continent, if you wish, without firing a single bullet, just by spreading your religion. All right, so if you want to use the term, you have full permission from me. Okay, religious colonialism. I think it's a good one, but again, just me. So we do speak about neighbors on the other side that we have to deal with, and Israel was confused for quite a long time. How are you dealing with such a situation? What will be the right thing to do? Because within Israel, we are divided also. Some people say, listen, we should give the Palestinians a state. These are people just like we are. We can coexist. We do not believe that these people don't care much about decent life for their children, and all they want is kills. Doesn't make sense. Many Israelis still have that opinion. Are we going to negotiate? After October 2023, I know that many people gave up that hope that it's possible to have some kind of a peaceful ending to this one. So that's Hamas, and that's how Hamas operates. So when you go into Gaza and you try to separate combatants or terrorists from just civilians, how do you do that? A kid walks down the streets and all he does is signals to a window about a block away that the front Israeli tank is coming, and as the tank goes around, because of the kid's signals, somebody fires an RPG, etc. Is the kid a terrorist? Is he a legitimate target? Somebody prepares a Katyusha rocket to fire at the kindergarten that my grandson is, just an example. And he fires from a kindergarten. Do I have the right to take out and maybe, just maybe, cause some collateral damage and some children will be killed? Do I have the right to do that? These moral dilemmas, your army was also confronting in Iraq and Afghanistan. There's no any good thing can come out of it. And every decision that you're making is a bad decision. But the question is, who is innocent in Gaza? When you see thousands of people beating up the dead naked body of an Israeli girl kidnapped from the music festival, everybody cheering and happy and spitting and kicking, who are the innocent people in the Gaza Strip? Social media praising Hamas for the excellent bravery of October 7th. Who are the innocent people in the Gaza area? Leadership, well, many of them are gone. We just failed to take out some of them in the beautiful hotels in Qatar. We'll find them. It's just a matter of time. We will find every mastermind of terror and they will be killed. Did it before, we'll do it now again. So that's how things were escalating almost by the day. And after Hamas basically occupied the area, Israel had a blockade on the Gaza Strip, so to speak, that everything that goes into Gaza has to come from Israel's territory. We check to see what that is. And Israel is accused, of course, for starving the Palestinians, etc. I'll say it once again, very important. You see the name here? What does it say? Friends, huh? Gaza has a border with Egypt. How come the Egyptians refuse to send in food, pharmaceutics, energy, water? They will not do that. So who will do that? Who will sustain the poor Gazans? Israel. For years and years and years, we supplied Gaza free of charge, my taxes, with electricity, with pharmaceutics, with food. Why would I do that? The pressure is on Israel. Nobody asked the Egyptians. Come on, guys, these are your brothers and sisters. A blockade around Gaza? No. Egypt is there. Let the Egyptians take care about the people in Gaza. The Egyptians are many things but not idiots. They're not going to. They don't care. As we said many times, no country in the world will take in refugees from the Gaza Strip. Not even one, especially not Arab countries. And there is a reason. Why not? And they know the reason. Well, since the world was accusing us that we are starving Gaza, we asked some journalists coming from Arab countries to see what is the situation in Gaza. All right? Reporter from Egypt gave a report, almost cost him his life, because that was not the intention of Hamas. Okay? And it was not the intention of Egypt. But he gave an honest report about what happens in Gaza. And another report of another reporter. So the whole thing that people in Gaza are starving, it's not pleasant in Gaza as we speak, but it started back then. Because Israel keeps Gaza as a huge concentration camp. Go to Egypt. What do you want from us? Should be a free passage. Nobody cares about it. Nobody blames Egypt for anything. All the blame is always falling on the state of Israel. And meanwhile, lots of money was pouring in. The United Nations, through UNRWA, donated to the Gaza Strip more than $13 billion over the years. Qatar, who is the real villain in the story, is Qatar, by the way, money was flowing in billions of dollars. Does it build any homes in Gaza? Any schools in Gaza? Any clinics? Any roads? Any industry? Any greenhouses? Anything good? All the money was used to dig tunnels and to build workshops to make rockets. So the people of Gaza that know that so much money is given, they're frustrated as well. Where is the money? Well, the money is in Qatar, and every head of Hamas is a multi-millionaire, multi-billionaires. And you see where they live. Corruption is sky high. The people of Gaza don't see any of it. And who is the biggest employer? Hamas. They pay 2 shekels for a kid, which is $50 a day, to dig. And they dig. We discovered so far close to 400 miles of tunnels under Gaza. The largest system in the world ever. More than the New York subway or the London subway. Amazing. That's where the money goes to. So, what kind of a hope we have to negotiate or to try to find any kind of settlement with those people? That's their stated goal. All right? Destruction, destruction, destruction. So that's how they've invested their money. I hesitate to show you this, but my point is that it's all about education. Yeah, let me share this one. All right? I don't need audio at all. A celebration graduation in a school in Gaza. All right? The kids are about 5, 6, 7 years old. All right? Here is a Jewish settler killing a poor Arab. And now come the heroes of Palestine. These kids are 6, 7, 8 years old. This is a graduation ceremony. Okay? They carry knives and rifles, stab the Jews, kill the Jews, they are the enemy. They made a model of an Israeli army bunker. Okay? That's how you educate the kids in Gaza. That's summer camp. What are the hope that these people will grow up to be peace-loving people or potential partners to any kind of negotiation? Just one example. It happens everywhere. And it's your money. Keep in mind, this is the world's money that supports and finances this kind of education. They don't produce anything. They don't have any money. The money is given by the world. Okay, and the parents are thrilled. All right, an Israeli tank, a mortar. I think that you got the understanding. I understand why I show this one. If education is not doing a job, very little hope for the future. If that's how a generation is being raised and educated, how this is going to improve anything? The Israeli side developed its own philosophy and its own politics, as I mentioned earlier, under Mr. Netanyahu, Prime Minister for nearly 20 years now, so he was behind the whole idea that we are going to do whatever we can to support Hamas, because when Hamas is strong, that weakens the PLO, that will keep them divided. As long as they are divided, Israel is not requested to do anything, any kind of peace negotiations, etc. Divide and conquer, classical from the days of the Roman Empire. What a big mistake it was, now we know. But you need to understand that Israel requested Qatar to send money to Hamas, $30 million every month, because we hope that when economy is good in Gaza, people understand you have a lot to lose. If you go to war, that will keep things under control. What the big mistake that was, now we know. So Hamas became the monster that it is with Israel's help. We wanted Hamas to be strong, because a strong Hamas is a weak PLO that will never get together. That was the policy, and that was, as you understand, a big mistake. But for nearly 20 years, that was the Israeli mindset. Israel is a small country, lots of enemies, resources are limited. Question was always, how do we manage, or how do we calculate our risks? And all the attention went to Iran, all the attention went to Hezbollah in Lebanon. That was all the attention. Gaza and Hamas are a problem, but something we can easily contain. It will never really be a threat, and we just watch and see what goes on, but all of our attention, including intelligence, is going to go to the existential threat, which is Iran. So we totally ignore what happened in the Gaza area. And there were these vicious cycles every now and then, one morning, and for no reason, all right? Hamas will open fire, we would retaliate, with kind of a static warfare, we did not cross into Gaza. It's just a stupid game that we played for years and years and years, and we thought that it's okay, we can deal with that. It's not too bad, They are there, they are not a threat, we can deal with it. Big mistake. And during all that time, Hamas was digging, and they were digging tunnels that went under the border fences into Israel's territory. Our fear was always that they would simply come out of the ground into our communities. It would be too late for us to try to defend those communities and rebuild a border system. Very sophisticated, ultra-modern, lots of electronics and sensors. Nobody can cross it, nobody can dig under it. Yes, but if a bulldozer is running at it, it will break it down very easily. But we thought that we can rest assured and we are secured behind those borders and barriers. And Hamas had a way to deceive us, obviously, and they did a good job in deceiving us using the Israeli sentiment, I have to say Israeli humanity as well. I want to show you this one. There was a certain killing area on the other side of the fence in the Palestinian territory. So listen, 300 yards or so, if you come into this place, we have the right to open fire. Don't come closer to the fence. And then one day, a kid goes by, and he plays with the ball, kicks the ball, and the ball falls behind this line. Then he goes inside to retrieve the ball. What will you do? Will you kill the kid? Simple question. Would anybody open fire on the Israeli side? Of course not. The following day, a shepherd goes by, and some of his sheep are going all the way to the fence, and he goes inside just to retrieve his sheep. What would you do? An Israeli sniper on the other side, will you kill the shepherd? Well, tomorrow, 5 shepherds. 2 weeks from now, 300 people. And started rolling burnt tires at the fences over there, and thousands of people right on the fences. What we didn't know, that behind the smoke screen, they also come to the fence with explosive on the other side, with magnets to leave them on the fence on the other side, waiting for the opportunity. The opportunity came indeed in October 7th of 2023. So this was sort of a deception, simply using the sentiment, knowing Israel will not open fire on innocent civilians. They knew that. And that's how they were able to deceive us. They did a great job in deceiving us. Simply exploiting those sentiments of an Israeli soldier will not open fire on a kid and not on a civilian unarmed, although they know this is a killing zone. And before not too long, they were everywhere, and that was the way that we were deceived. Let me take you straight to October 7, 2023. It was the last day of the Feast of Tabernacles. I was walking the dog, as always, 6:30 a.m. My phone rings. My daughter, who works for the Israel news media, is on the other side. Dad, where are you at? Walking the dog. Why are you early? Wake up so early. Well, go quickly back home. 3,000 rockets are flying at your direction. That's how I knew about what was going on. In Israel, every house is a bomb shelter. As long as you are making it on time, your life is safe and secured. That was the beginning of it. In 114 different places, the border fence was breached. We speak about 6,000 Gazans infiltrated into Israel. 3 were combatants in one way or the other, murderers, I will call them, members of Hamas. And once the news spread that the border is breached and open, simple people from Gaza, just an opportunity. Take a kitchen knife, go to the other side, find somebody and kill him. Steal from the houses. Our houses are built on the border line, which means if you didn't stop somebody right on the line, it's too late, it's inside the house. And we woke up to this amazing, horrible phenomenon, and everything is broadcasted live. People were calling from the bomb shelters, the TV studio. They're in the house. They're setting it on fire. We are dying. Everything live on TV. It was absolutely horrifying for us, further away, just to listen to that. 1,200 Israelis were murdered and killed. Women raped. I will save you the atrocities, but the Israeli State Department issued a movie, 47 minutes, with all those horrible pictures, not for public viewing, but people that want to see that they know how to get it. It goes around parliaments around the world just to show lawmakers around the world what is it that we are dealing with, those innocent, nice Palestinians. That's how the whole thing started. The music festival, just, kind of bad luck. There was a music festival, people celebrating life, enjoying themselves. They did not know about it, by the way, just by sheer chance. 369 of those were murdered and many taken hostages. And again, that was the beginning of it. It took us some time to retaliate and to understand what was going on, and that therefore changed the whole course of the war. Let me show you some images, and let's see if you can hear this one. Some images from Kibbutz Be'eri, a kibbutz that was hit the hardest from the murderous attack of Hamas. Until 2 weeks ago, happy families used to live here. This was a house with children playing out on the green grass. It was beautiful, it was a little paradise, and that's what was left of it now. Okay. The most painful thing, of course, is the hostages. And it started with 251. And then we're able to release some, and through negotiations, some others. They were kept in terrible condition in places, tortured, starved to death. Right now, as we speak, we still have 48 of them, someplace in Gaza. We don't know where they are, obviously, but you do understand it limits our operations. We are not free to retaliate, to fight, to go into places that we suspect hostages may be kept in, because the worst thing that may happen is friendly fire will kill them, and it happened. It happened sometime that our fire killed the hostages. But you do understand the limitations that we take upon ourselves. If we did not have hostages, the Gaza issue will be over within months. It would not take 2 years. The only reason why it takes such a long time is Israel is limiting its operations based on the intelligence that we have. Where those hostages may be at, we're very careful not to go to these places, and Hamas uses it very cleverly, very cynically, without any hesitation. And they release those videos which are horrible to see, right, about their condition. And again, they're really kind of playing on our nerves, so to speak, to a limit that sometimes it's really hard to accept and to retain. It's just amazing to see your friends, your family, the way that human beings are treated by animals. It's something which is hard for us to understand. So, Tanas in Gaza, Gaza's condition is this right now. We will not rest. We will not stop. The war ends when Hamas ends. The world doesn't like it. Israel is the scapegoat of the world for years. Everywhere you go, everybody's bashing Israel. I'm sorry, we don't care. We have the right to live peacefully. We have the right to know that nobody is coming out of the blue to rape your family. And the only way to do that is knowing that on the other side of the borderline, there is no Hamas. By the way, somebody else may come and take the place. All right? It's not Hamas necessarily, it's a whole ideology. The world doesn't seem to understand. The world agrees that Hamas should be taken out. The world doesn't have an idea how to do that. We know how to do it. Give us some time. We'll find a way. Our main problem is indeed the safety of the hostages. And Israel is divided. Not everybody believes in the same things, but we all have one goal. The hostages should come home as quickly as possible, and Hamas will not leave the Gaza area ever. They speak about restoration of Gaza, and some countries even showed interest, dedicating the money for one condition: after Hamas is gone. So let's wait and see how things are going to evolve. And I do want to bring this whole thing to conclusion. Forgive the clock is ticking, by playing this song. The song was recorded in the theater in Caesarea. Some of you have been there, all this humanitarian aid, etc. Again, we spoke about that. I don't want to... look at this, absolutely amazing. A UN report, right? A UN report about the number of trucks that never got to the destination, seized by Hamas, or seized by terrorists. That's not Israeli propaganda, that's a UN report. 90% of the food supply into Gaza is stolen by Hamas. All right? So is there starvation in Gaza? Maybe. The food is there. The warehouses are stocked with food. They can feed half of the world. They don't want to, because the world wants to see dying people, because the pressure on Israel will increase. And by the way, it's free. So how come Hamas sells it in astronomical prices? The humanitarian aid is for free. That's how they make money. To do what? To keep digging tunnels and make more rockets. It's a vicious cycle that will never end until Hamas basically ends. As I said, this one, I'm not going to do that, and not even that. President Trump has a vision regarding Gaza. See how this is going to end. I'd like to bring this whole seminar to conclusion by playing the song. It's 1,000 Israeli musicians, and the families of the hostages are singing a song, which in Israel now is even more famous than it used to be. I think that you will have the right impression, all right, when you see that. We can have the volume little. Thank you. movies, you understand, in the song, especially for us Israelis. Well, folks, it was a long journey, 6 hours, to try to take you through a very complicated situation. And we started, no, we don't need all the credits. I think that we started a couple of days ago, and we started at the middle of the 19th century. And I did try to go almost step by step to go through the turning points and all the important events, to try to make a story out of it and be able to build a whole course of events to understand. I won't tell you that we are right and they're wrong and they are the bad guys and we are the good guys. There's much more to that. My point is, and this is something that sometimes comes to you as you're working on these things, is that there's so much ignorance out there. And people just don't know. And people are making decisions and people are so zealous about something. I think it's important. People need to know. And many people will not do their own research because, let's face it, you just finished a day of work and you go back home and you turn on the TV and once again the Jews are killing the Palestinians and you're not going to do your research to find out who's that. It doesn't really matter. But since there's simply mathematically much more many Muslims and supporters around the world, what you hear in most cases is Palestinian propaganda, and the pro-Palestinian propaganda, you don't hear that many people speaking from Israel. Now, I do know that I preach the choir. Pastor Shane is the Friends of Israel. I'm sure that the Church of Friends of Israel. But in many cases, people need to know the facts. And I hope I was able to share them with you without too much prejudice and without too much biasness. But again, it's easy to check, easy to confirm. As I said, don't trust a word that you heard from me for the last 6 sessions. You go and check. And once you want to go and check, it's a good step forward, all right? Step number 1 is let's find out. Let's go and do our studies. It was Benjamin Franklin who said many years ago, for democracy to work, it takes an educated constituency. Problem is that many of us are not really educated on issues that are supposed to affect our lives, and we're never going to do the study. So if I was helpful just a little bit to give you some food for thought and some keys to understand, even if you want to stand for Israel, maybe you're better equipped now with the information that I was more than happy to share with you. I believe we have a Q&A, if anybody would like to. Folks, I'm leaving tomorrow evening, so if anybody has any questions, for the next 10 minutes or so, 15. I know that it was a lot of information and where to begin, but usually the first question is the toughest one, and then anybody. Yes?
So what would be some practical ways to...
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
What would be some practical ways to support Israel?
Practical ways to support Israel, I will leave the answer to Pastor Shane. I'm sure there are many ways to support Israel. I would say come and visit, right? There's a tour coming. No, listen, you need to understand it. When we see foreigners in Israel, all right, or people are not coming anymore, we sometimes have a hard time to understand that people are too fearful to travel. It makes sense, all right? Too fearful. The way we take it is that we're all alone because nobody supports us anymore. So visiting the country, step number 1, I know that many people will hesitate to do that, etc. Pray for the country, even try to find somebody on Facebook or an email and just tell them that you're supportive of Israel, etc. People are asking for donations here and there, but I would hesitate to do that because you never know who your money goes to. So be careful, right, to be engaged in donating money to organizations unless you know absolutely who is it that you are giving your money to, because sometimes you donate money to people that you don't want to donate anything. Okay, so that's the way to do that, yes, and come and visit.
We do have we are going next year. So we have a year for things to calm down. Ronnie will be our guide. And it's great. Any other questions? Oh, way in the back. Asked to have this microphone accessible. Those guys watching online can hear me.
How's Netanyahu viewed over in Israel, given what was over here with charges of fraud and stuff like that against him?
Well, the last thing I want to do is to engage in Israeli or American politics. Netanyahu is the prime minister. The way that the system works in Israel is that you don't have to win the majority of the vote in the elections. You have to be the one who is able to form a coalition. Okay, it's a parliamentary democracy. The prime minister has all the power. The president is not a political figure. And the last election, Netanyahu won maybe 25% of the vote. But he was able to form a coalition of 60 plus 1 members in the House. The House has 120 members, and he's the prime minister. We have a lot of issues. I'll be careful because I know the man is really respected among many Americans, etc. Number one, he refused to take any responsibility, all right, for what happened on October 7th. You're the prime minister, for goodness sake, for 20 years. He's blaming the fault on everybody. The military, the police, intelligence, he's not responsible. The first thing to do under normal circumstances is that you appoint a fact-finding committee, a state inquiry committee, to see what happened. He would never do that because he knows exactly who is going to be blamed. So we have some issues with leadership. All right? That's not the kind of leadership that I would like to see. And to be responsible to what you did, but this is my opinion, and I'm not the only one in Israel that shares the opinion. We have some questions about the way that the war is being handled so far. Right? Because he has a very small group in the government which are very, very militant. And if he is not following them, he doesn't have a government. So the question is, what's more important, to have a state or to have a government? And many of us have the impression that Mr. Netanyahu is doing everything for his own survival and not that much was good for the state. An opinion, all right? But this opinion is shared by a majority of Israelis right now. So the man had some excellent years as a very prominent, great leader. Recently, we have some questions about his real motivation. He's prosecuted by the general attorney. He's facing 3 different trials. And he has to stand trial. So to run a country like Israel, which is not easy, and also to go to the court 3 times a week just to defend yourself in the court of law is also something that the system has some flaws in it. We need maybe to change the system, etc. That's our issues. In other places, he was officially found guilty by a committee, other issue of buying submarines from Germany, corruption, etc. So again, it's not a clear cut. It's not Mr. Netanyahu himself, but his policies, the way that he's running this whole war for the last 2 years, many people have some questions. Is it really more political, or maybe this is the only way to do that? We'll see. We have elections next November. You come in November, huh? Ooh, going to be fun. Elections next November, maybe a little earlier. People take to the streets. People take to the streets in the hundreds of thousands, right? Because the way that the state is committed, the hostages should be first. Recently, he voices that no, first we need to destroy Hamas, and then the hostages, no. We want our brothers and sisters back home. And every Saturday night in Israel, there'll be hundreds of thousands of people taken down to the streets. And of course, they will say it's all political. It's not political. All right, we speak about a very important Jewish principle. You don't leave anybody behind. We want them back home. So if this will be the reason or anything else, we'll see how things are going to evolve. It's going to be interesting, so stay tuned.
What is the, from an Israeli perspective, what is the end result? What is successful after it's done? So the hostages are back, Hamas is gone. What then does the general Israelis say we should get in Gaza?
This is the, how do you say in America, $64,000 question, right? Well, that's another thing that is connected to Mr. Netanyahu. He's being asked constantly, what about the day after? How do you see it? He never said anything about the day after. So, the best we can hope for is that the war is over and maybe a multi-Arab national force. Egypt's already said that they're willing to take responsibility for that, and they will lead that force into Gaza to make sure that Hamas is not coming back. That will have to go with a lot of money, right, for the restoration of Gaza. And how do you educate a new generation on anything but radical Muslim principles? Now, it's not an ideology which is limited to one area. That's Islam. That's Islam. You go into a mosque and you tell the imam what to teach, how to teach. You have an issue with the whole Muslim world, not just with Gaza. So the question is, how do you change that indoctrination which is global, not just Gaza? Because you can call them by any names. Call them Al-Qaeda, call them Boko Haram, call them Islamic Jihad, call them ISIS. It's the same ideology. So somebody else can come with another name, not Hamas, but the peace, whatever. They will teach the same thing. So that's our challenge. But the best we can hope for is that Hamas is no longer there, and Gaza is a demilitarized area, and we have the right to enter and take care of business whenever we think that there is need to take care of business, and they clear all the rubble. That will take decades, all right? And as President Trump's vision is to build these huge skyscrapers and make Gaza, well, that's the idea. and make Gaza a beautiful, beachy, resort area. Who knows? Who knows how things may happen? We know one thing for sure. Gaza will not present a threat to Israel ever in the future. One way or the other. Any other questions?
Do we really think that's a good idea that Trump does that?
Well, it's not even his will. Is it doable? I mean, for me, great idea. I'll go to spend every weekend in a nice hotel on the beaches of Gaza. As an idea, sure. Is it practical? Is it doable? I have no idea. Mr. Trump has another 3.5 years, right, in office. Well, it will take maybe longer than that to try to deal with issues like Gaza. So, but it's a vision, as legit as any other vision, and we'll see if it's doable. They speak about Singapore of the Middle East. Well, good luck with that. Any other questions? I'm ready to crash, make no mistakes. Please, yes.
Prior to October 7th, my understanding.
You're on.
It's on. Okay. Prior to October 7th, my understanding is a lot of the average guy on the street pretty much supported the idea of a separate two-state solution, meaning West Bank. So, after October 7th, did a lot of people's opinion change about the two-state solution, especially regarding the West Bank area?
Yes, I would not say that even before October 7th, there was a majority that supported it. There was always the issue about a two-state solution. It's not very clear what it means, all right? But again, it's a slogan, it can sell, because that's what the whole world says, a two-state solution. Well, check with the Palestinians. How many of them want a two-state solution? Very few. They don't want a two-state solution. They want a one-state solution. Now, it's interesting. If it be one state of Jews and Arabs together as a democracy, which is one possibility, we will be outnumbered, the Jews, in such a state within years. Because if you take Judea and Samaria and Gaza plus Israeli Arabs, it makes a majority. So if we officially annex, and we can, if you want to, nobody can stop us, the territories, and we proclaim a greater Israel, the population will be about 14 million. As we speak, 50-50. The Arab population grows faster. Within 10 years, they'll have a majority. And then we have elections, and they will win. And the first resolution in the new Arab parliament, State of Israel, cease to exist. Without a single gunshot. So they want a one-state solution. All right, many Israelis also want that, but without giving them any rights. That's apartheid. Most of us don't want to live in an apartheid state. So that will be one possibility for greater Israel. All right? What I think, and again, most people think like me, to have a smaller country by territory with a solid Jewish majority, so we are able to maintain our majority as a Jewish state. Otherwise, we can lose that in a one-state solution.
Just a big question about the percentage of Jews who might believe that God is in control and who might even simply believe in the God.
Well, your question is, let me paraphrase it. How many of the Israelis, all right, believe in God, Bible, etc.? The terminology in Israel will not be same as here in America. Just by being Jewish and being back home in Israel, that's God's will. All right? I do believe with all of my heart that there is a God, and God has a plan, and I live in Israel today because God chose to keep His promise to His people in my generation. For me, it's awesome. I am the first generation in 2,000 years that can make the following statement. I live as a free Jewish man, strong enough to protect myself because God kept His promise in my days. For me, it's awesome. My grandfather could not say that. He was murdered. He was not free. All right, so I'm the first generation to say that. How many people in Israel share that sentiment? Many. Does that mean that we live an Orthodox Jewish way of life and we keep all the commandments and we meditate and go to synagogue day and night? No. Israel as a society is a secular society. But the roots are going back to the Bible, and everybody knows that. So if you come to Israel, you see many people that are dressed in black, and they have the long curly hair, and they have this big skull cap. These will be the ultra-Orthodox. They are not Zionists, by the way. They don't like the state of Israel. But that's another story. Okay? Exactly. That's another seminar. But again, so the thing is that if you come to Israel, you may have the impression that you don't really see that many people that live a Jewish way of life as you expect them to see. But nobody questions the reason why we are there. And we are there because God has a plan for us.
Yeah. Amen.
Amen.
So my wife just asked me to read this. The UN General Assembly approved a declaration initiated by France and Saudi Arabia calling for support of the two-state solution. The Assembly convened today, which is Friday, yesterday, and passed the New York Declaration by a vote of 142 in favor and 10 against, and 12 absent. The declaration addresses the Israeli-Palestinian conflict and the implementation of a two-state solution. Do you have any?
No, it's not new. I mean, so far more than 150 countries around the world recognize the two-state solution. Meaning what? Practically, what does it mean? If anybody can tell me what is Palestine, what are the borders, who are the leaders, what's the currency, how a passport looks like, what's their history, I'll go for it. There was no answer to any of the question. It's a declaration that means nothing. It's just a declaration. But it's annoying.
Okay, I think we'll conclude our seminar. Thank you, Ron, very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, and a great practical way I've learned over the years to support Israel is to go. So this isn't a promotion for a tour, but we are going. So you can stay tuned for that or talk to me about that. I can tell you more information about that. Check out his little his table out there if you want interested in any of his material. And other than that, if you wouldn't mind help clean up, that'd be great. If you have time to hang out, we do need to put these tables away. They go in the garage and set up for our Sunday morning chairs. So if you got to go, I understand. God bless you. Have a great rest of the day. See you in the morning.